Yo, 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 yo. What's up, boys? We got internet. Check us out. How's it going? What is up? Look, there's more faces, apparently. Interesting. They all kind of look like clones, don't they? Maybe. How you guys doing? Where's the man? Right here. More and more people are starting to connect with the lunar calendar because they know the old one is cucked out BS. Hell yeah, dude. I want my 13th month back, god damn it. Fit is flat derper. It is hard to look at Tyler's face, dude. I'm fashionably late, correct. LOL, trying to lure him to stream like catch an orange boy. True. How you guys doing? Tell me I didn't go down the dentist rabbit hole. Well, the dentist office rabbit hole. Wait, is there a new one other than the old one? I just saw this seconds of horror video that it said there's more masks or something like that. So but yeah, did you guys see I got Orange Boy. Wait, what night did I get him? Was it it was a non-stream night. Yeah, it was 2 nights ago. Oh, it was the night that we got cucked. Yeah, I got him. And then last night, dude, I was trying to get Crazy Eyes, who now we're going to call Houdini. It's a little less ableist, and also because he broke out of the fucking cage when I was getting him. He literally, dude, it closed and he busted out of it. Dude is a superhero. The lady that I'm like, her charity, Greenpoint Cats, Becky, she's like, I've never seen a cat do that before. He literally hulked out of the cage, bro. He said, "Vrah!" And he just fucking burst out. I don't even think he pushed the door open. I think he just energetically moved through the crate. He was like, this doesn't exist. My vibration can pass through this. And he just got out. It was incredible. But yeah. You had the day off? Been hanging out with the baby girl? Oh, nice, dude. Hope it was a good day. Wait, the Clintons are supposedly doing their live hearing? I thought it was Wexner. I thought Wexner did it, but it's a taped one. Like, why does Les Wexner not have to do it in front of everyone? I want to see this shit. When are we going to get the tape? I want to see the tape yesterday. It's live right now? It's on YouTube? Mark Zuckerberg?
In these kind of horrific activities. We deploy a wide array of techniques that work across every surface on our
fuck is this?
On Discord.
Wait. Black Death, are you saying the dentist thing is on YouTube? What dentist thing? Oh yeah, you'll find the link. Find the link. Okay, cool. Yeah, send it to me. Is this really Zuckerberg?
To improve our approach.
Who's this Amish guy?
I certainly hope so. Mr. Chu,
what are they talking to Mark Zuckerberg for?
Organization and business is one of the more popular ones among children. Can you explain to us what you are doing particularly and whether you have seen any evidence of CSAM in your business?
Dude, I know. I do need to go to the Zen Studies place.
Commitment to invest in trust and safety. And as I said in my opening statement, I intend to invest more than $2 billion in trust and safety this year alone.
This is the TikTok shit.
We have 40,000 safety professionals, working on this topic.
committed to ending this witness and Les Wexner's involvement. As Robert has laid out, the financial wherewithal for an Epstein to operate in New York City, to operate in Florida, the Virgin Islands, the ability to travel.
Yeah, what is up with dentists being the #1 suicide profession?
On our side is defending Pam Bondi. I
So
can
then
assure
she
you.
should be held in contempt. If we are going to hold
She is complying with.
President
They have
Clinton in
turned
contempt, then we have to
documents
hold Bill
over.
Clinton.
They have turned documents over, and every time they do,
1%
you all
of the
complain
documents,
about
you
too
know
many
that's
redactions,
egregious.
not enough redactions. So,
That is unacceptable. It has been 6 months,
all right, your
and there's
time,
been
your time's
nothing for
expired, and we won't.
Your time's
We've made that very
expired.
clear. Chair recognizes.
Yo,
Mr.
if someone's got to check Dr. Coomer's hard drive immediately.
A request. This is actually
Mr. Coomer.
that has been sent to your team, Mr. Comer, and our team from
Mr.
the
Coomer.
Clinton lawyer.
He's doing a
and the
big
Clintons
coom on himself.
That basically says, to be clear, we
Yeah,
are
I
not-
wonder why Coomer is a puppet for pedophiles. It couldn't have anything to do with him being a pedophile himself, right?
testimony that was sent to you, Mr. Comer. So I just want to reemphasize that
Coomer.
I'm not objecting to a transcript. Thank you.
And before I recognize Mr. Crane, let me reply. We just got that email, and we have spent 5 months trying to get.
Dude, Southern boys who talk
acceptable
like this, I
terms
just
that
want to
think
pop them in the
everyone
fucking jaw.
Within any sense of fairness would agree needs to occur. After we hold this vote, hopefully it'll be a bipartisan vote. They're going to have 2 weeks before this.
Your channel points just hit 333,000. God damn. Going Super Saiyan
House
mode.
votes on it. And make no mistake, to the Clintons and their lawyers, this bill will pass, and I believe it will pass with Democrat votes, even though I've heard Democrat leadership is whipping to try to get you all to vote no on this.
Yeah, covering for pedos equals
They
pedo.
have had 5 months to comply with this, and to defend the indefensible and try to act like Bill Clinton's a victim here, I think is a stretch. We
I
know who the
agree.
victims are, and I think if you ask the victims, do you want to hear from Bill Clinton? I'm pretty confident I know what the answer will be, because our staff has communicated with their attorneys. Chair recognizes Mr. Crane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, this committee hearing is about whether or not we're going to hold the Clintons in contempt of Congress. I strongly recommend that we do, especially.
Are they not
pertaining
coming to testify?
The release of the Epstein files and trying to get to the bottom of what exactly went on there and how Jeffrey Epstein was allowed to.
I thought they were coming to testify. Is this for real live, or is this
abusing
old?
so many people for so long. It's interesting when I look at the history of the Congress and look at the fact that Peter Navarro, former Trump trade advisor, who defied the January 6th committee subpoena, was sent to prison for 4 months. Steve Bannon, also a former Trump advisor, defied the January 6th committee subpoena. He was sent to prison for 4 months, and several others. So it's going to be really telling to see how my Democrat colleagues vote on this one. Mr. Comer, how many times,
Put him in jail.
Mr. Chairman, how many times did Mr. Epstein go to the White House in your recollection, sir?
According to the
Like
evidence that
17?
we've obtained, it appears he went 17 times during the Clinton presidency.
Is that more times than you've gone to the White House, Chairman?
I've been member of Congress for 9 years, and fairly high up on the pecking order. I've been to the White House, I believe, 9 times in 9 years. So he went to the Clinton White House double the number of times that I've been to the White House in my entire congressional career.
Seems like you ain't shit, buddy. How many kids can you get the president? Seems
Mr.
like
Clinton
none.
fly on Mr. Epstein's plane.
At least 26 times, according to the flight logs that were subpoenaed from the estate.
Right.
So order, Mr. Chairman.
Oh my God, the jerky. Don't even get me started. These people be eating kids, yo.
The trip, but it was Asia, Africa, and they had to refuel. So every time they stopped to refuel, they counted that as another leg of the trip. There are 4 trips, not 27.
That's almost like I didn't.
That's not true, dude. It was over many days. It was over many, many days. It was like a 15 fucking day trip.
The Clintons' questions about their involvement with Epstein.
And let's not forget, it was also Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker on the trip with them, and Ghislaine,
Colleagues who
and Virginia Giuffre.
in this Congress, and now they want the Epstein files, even though over the last 4 years when they had control of Washington, D.C., you didn't hear a peep about Jeffrey Epstein out of any of them. And so I think it's going to be real telling, you know, how my Democrat colleagues who claim to be all about the victims, how they actually vote on these contempt charges for the Clinton family. And I just think it's interesting, too, that...
oh, yeah, Hank Dingle Strader. I thought we were supposed to die today. What the fuck? No, don't worry about me, Ryan. It was the yoga studio on the corner that blew up all the power. Although Paul probably had a little hand in it, and they just blamed it on the yoga studio. But it's so funny. I was texting with the owner of it because she's one of my teachers, and I was like, "Did you guys really fucking knock the power out?" And she was like, "Yeah, I don't know. It was the first day that we had the rooms heated for the first time, and then everything turned off." And then me and my downstairs neighbors, we went and talked to the Con Edison people, the electric people that were fixing it, and they said that the wires under the yoga studio blew up. I don't think it was like it wasn't like their fault. It was, I mean, it's the grid's fault. It's that this whole thing is like hanging on by a thread. It's never updated. It's never upgraded. Nothing, you know? So they don't fix it until it fucking breaks. And when it breaks catastrophically. So I think the additional pull of whatever, you know, because the hot yoga studios have like 12 fucking infrared heaters inside of them, usually. They draw a lot of power. So I think just the extra load on the system, fucking, it blew it up. And the ice and the water because it was also like everything kept freezing and thawing and freezing and thawing. And there was so much ice the last couple weeks that I think there's a bunch of ice in there. That's what they said anyway. But yeah, I don't think there really was a fire, but the wires they totally fried. But yeah, don't worry about me, dude. Don't ever worry about me. I am fucking protected. Source protected, dude. These motherfuckers will get ratted on the second they try and pull shit on me. And the only way that they can fucking hurt us is if they lower our vibration, so fuck them.
So everyone in America that's keeping up with this, which is a majority of Americans, they want answers, and we're trying to get answers.
Too many extra ohms, yeah. Power yoga going crazy over there, bro.
Chair recognizes Ms. Tlaib. Oh, wait a minute. Ms. Randall, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to yield 30 seconds to the ranking member.
Thank you. I just want to, again, just clarify that that the Clintons have not objected to a transcript. I just want to clarify that, Mr. Comer, which you just mentioned. And I think that in this moment of negotiation, which you've been in, and you've been in with them this entire time, there's progress being made, and they've not objected to the transcript. Let's talk to President Clinton, and let's get a transcript of it. Let's have the committee there and the staff there and move forward.
No, I want him on screen sweating.
Fine, we won't start to stop.
I want him live in front of us where he can't wriggle away.
Mr. Garcia, they did object to a transcript. They're just now changing because they see.
Yeah, we're fucking divinely protected, bro. We can't be hurt.
Ms. Randall, and you've got, we'll give you 5 minutes. We'll give you 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. You know, I want to start by saying I do not feel it.
Kid Rock and RFK Jr. did a workout video. Shut up, say less. Oh my God, I gotta feed the cats. Squeaks is gonna be so mad. Oh no. Oh. This is so gay. This is beautifully gay, dude. Rock out, workout? Bro, they are trying to make us all gay. Holy shit. Guys, I haven't even fed Squeaks yet. We're never gonna feed Squeaks. Oh my goodness. Bro. This is the most homoerotic thing I've ever seen. Kid Rock has a terrible body. Yeah, suck that yuck. Get that yuck. Dude, Kid Rock is working on blowing Bubba. Look at those little chicken legs, bro. Shit form, dude. Working out in jeans is crazy. Yo, I need everyone's hands up. Do not have your hands below your belt right now, okay? No hands below the waist. Hands up. Like, dude, what are they doing? What is this? What do they think they're doing here? Are they rage baiting me? What are they doing? Yeah, sweaty jeans. Oh my God. He's gonna work out in these and then he's gonna go take a nap in them, bro. Oh my fuck. Yeah, Kid Rock is totally tweaker built. Dude, they're rage baiting me. Stop. Stop. Don't even. He just got in the fucking cold plunge with jeans on. I'm not even gonna touch that. We're moving on. I hope he never comes out of that. Fuck. Is he literally walking around with wet jeans now in the house? Now they're playing pickleball. Kid Rock literally has a pickleball court. Oh, man. I'm 33 and both low-key have better bodies than me. No. Dude, JFK or fucking Kid Rock definitely doesn't. You're not tweaker built. You're good. Yeah, also as a lesbian, this is way gayer than me. Both in the literal sense and as a pejorative. Whole milk in a hot tub. These people are deranged, bro. Dude, they cut it off before he whipped RFK Jr. in the ass with his shirt. That's totally what he was doing. They're just replaying the beginning now. This is way gay for me, bro. Oh wait, is this just the beginning? They're just playing it again? Hold on, I gotta see him whip. I'm telling you, he goes to whip RFK in the ass and they cut out before he did it. Watch. The bird. They gotta stop. They are just rage baiting me. Dude. Watch. He's gonna whip our... Ah! They cut it out! They're like, even that is too gay for this gay video. That's so funny, dude. Oh, man. So glad I'm straight. Home Alone 10. Oh. The Worms and Kid Rock's butthole wrote his last 3 albums. Amen. Dude, this is too stupid. Wow. All right, thank you for sharing. I needed that.
This is having no idea she was walking into a horrific scheme that was sending young girls to the powerful, to the rich, the elected officials.
LOL, you're not allowed to write homosexual, but you can write gay.
Clinton put his arms around Epstein. She saw another one of Trump.
Yeah, why do they want us to drink milk so bad? I don't know. Who knows? Probably because it gives us all breasts. Remember, they said that they're trying to trans your kids. I think they're trying to give us all breasts. Probably. I'm bi, so I get the best of both worlds, dude. Fuck yeah. Love that. Not limiting yourself. Yeah, apparently we do taste like cream cheese when we're babies anyway.
Chair, and this is, with all due respect, I just don't get why Bondi cannot be...
It produces mucus. Yeah, I, like... Yeah, I'm sure it's just another thing that slows down our fucking ability to connect somehow. And, you know, everything is a paper. They're basically trying to kill us with paper cuts. There's 1 billion paper cuts they're doing to us at all times. Milk, probably one of them.
Any sense? The fact that I continue to tell you all, what is the most consistent thing survivors have asked us to do? Follow the money. How come we haven't forced JP Morgan Chase before this committee? How come we haven't allowed Bank of America to come before this committee? Mr. Chair, it is so disgusting. And this is why everybody's so distracted by this whole thing of like, oh, you know, the Clintons, Trump and everything. But who was funding it? Literally, JP Morgan turned a blind eye to evidence of sex trafficking even after his 2008 conviction. Hear me out.
Let's go, Rashida Tlaib.
Still hid suspicious activity reports that should have been reported. You know, you see the fact that continuing them saying, well, in 2028, agreed to pay what, $290 million to settle a lawsuit. I don't care. You come here, and because it's the truth, y'all. You guys got to realize Epstein's not the last person.
Yeah.
There's probably another Epstein out there right now.
There's fucking 300 Epsteins.
Right now.
There's 1,000.
We should hold everybody in contempt that had anything to do to cover this up, including bank executives that still have their jobs.
All right. At least someone's getting a little fired up.
You want to talk about Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, but talk about everybody involved. Because it does look like you're only doing this to distract everyone when we know not one, but 2 presidents were involved.
Not my boy
and those
Bush.
Young ladies shaking when they were testifying in front of them because they didn't know if they could trust us.
And I'm totally kidding. Bush is absolutely involved. I just think that Bush probably, like, Jeffrey Epstein is one certain kind of handler. Bush probably had an old school, like, old money handler. Epstein's like the freaky new money Trump type handler, right? He gets into all the wackadoodle shit. They probably got an old money, like, blue blood handler whose dad went to Skull and Bones and did all that shit. Jeffrey Epstein definitely didn't do that. He's not part of the old blood. He's a fucking clone, you know? So there's 1 billion of these people.
Back and say, well, Maxwell's going to plead the 5th. Bondi's going to plead the 5th. I don't care. You're a public servant. Come before this committee. Maxwell, you were directly involved. How many times did the survivors mention her? How many times? Saying that she lured them in. She was primarily involved. And Mr. Chair, you and I had conversations. And you said, give us names. They gave us names. And you know it. So why are y'all focused only on them? And let me tell you, you know where I stand. I will.
Yeah, milk is for white pride. It's like their thing. It is, dude, for real.
They bounce up on us. But I'll tell you, Mr. Chair, shame on us for not forcing Bondi before this committee. Shame on us for not forcing Maxwell before this committee. Shame on us for not forcing JP Morgan Chase to answer questions that many of us have of $1.5 billion in suspicious activity. Because somebody had to fund this madness.
Jess Staley, what's Jess Staley up to? He's probably part of the fucking president's cabinet right now.
Ms. Tlaib, if I may respond to some of that before I recognize Ms. Bobert's next. Okay. I believe with all my heart you are as sincere as anyone on this committee about wanting to get answers about the truth. And I believe your heart is pure. Maxwell is coming in front of this committee. And
but
we've
when?
tried.
No, let us decide that today when. Like
Well,
when?
it's nailed down. February the what day? The 9th. She's
February
coming
9th.
and you'll be able to ask her questions. That's one of the things Clinton wanted was only me and Garcia. Maxwell's
That's not true.
to ask her questions on this committee will be able to. So that's
No, I think the
that's nailed
American
down.
people want answers from President Clinton.
I'm not trying to argue with you, Mr. Lee. I just want to respond to Pam Bondi is coming before Congress in 2 weeks. I am confident
this is like
she
2
is
weeks
going
ago.
to be grilled by both parties on.
Oh yeah, she was really grilled by Jim Jordan.
I don't want to. And Ms. Randall, you mentioned something about the Judiciary Committee. Believe me, I don't want.
We should all get Ghislaine Maxwell's haircut, the Lord Farquaad.
But when we passed that discharge petition, that got them involved.
But we had an outstanding subpoena.
Just let me explain. Pam Bondi's going to be in front of the Judiciary Committee. We'll see how that goes. We'll see if there's been a document dumped.
Mr. Chair, we can't
after that.
forget the
And then
banking
the last thing,
institutions either.
the last thing, this is the most important thing. Months ago,
Yeah, you don't get a Fifth Amendment right when you're a fucking public servant. Sorry.
and Ms. Stansbury, and I said, please, if you all get a chance, and I know you all are all sincere, try to get some names from these women, and we will continue to try to get documents.
Mr. Chair,
If I didn't
Mr.
want
Chair,
to know
let's
that,
follow
if we
the
didn't
money.
want to,
Let's
Ms.
bring these
Tlaib,
bank
Ms. Tlaib, you're out of
executives.
order. I'm just referring. We want to hold everyone accountable. We don't care. All right. We don't care if they're billionaires. We don't care if they're Republicans. We don't care who they are.
Do you agree to work with me, though? We got to get the bank executives here. Because, Mr. Chair, you and I know that this is still being funded in some other way. Epstein's dead. But we know there's another person out there doing the same thing. We know it because the banks cover it up. These suspicious activity forms were literally these reports that had to be filed. They were there for a reason. So we can stop.
And last thing, and then I'm going to open it, I think, see if there's any other members. But we are going in looking at suspicious activity reports, both Republicans and Democrat staffs going in looking at suspicious activity reports as we speak. I'm all about looking at suspicious activity reports. Now,
all about it.
Does any other member seek
Coomer.
recognition? Mr. Fallon from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to share a quote with you. I thought it was interesting. No one is above the law, and no one should be escaping accountability. And Hillary Clinton said that. And according to the LA Times, there's another quote.
All right, I think we got what we came for from that. All right, dude, let me go feed frickin' Squeaks real quick. Here, party like a rock star for a minute. All right, BRB. Who the fuck is Mike? Who the fuck is Paul? Who the fuck is Kathy? Trauma Max is all. What the fuck is true? What the fuck is false? Snake eats his tail. Rats in the house. Federal Bureau of Insticucks instigating us to fight. But we caught on now, boys, and guess what? We gon' be alright once Paul comes on stream and whistle blows away the night. Time to tattletale on all these Rothschild bitches. They ain't got no right to be playing sides while peddling lies with their covered eyes trying to terrorize. Bunch of fake ass false flag fallacies. Like that bombing in OKC. Like that shooting at Pulse, baby. Like that siege at Waco, please. Like them bombing the Boston streets. Like them towers in NYC. Like I bet the crucifixion of Jesus was fucking a false flag at this point, right? Did he just get kirked? Was he a dick like Charlie Kirk? Just playing. We're tweeting and twitting, banging away on our no-scope 360s. Like Tyler Robinson. Hey, Paul, where'd he go? He's gone like Paul Weisopel. He's not available, but pick up Chump and give me a call.
We're just laughing at you and laughing at you. No more tears for this shit, laughing at you. We don't have any more tears for this shit. We just be laughing at you.
How many cats you got, Paul? If it's less than 3, then you a bitch. You know cat having ass loser. We know you ain't Curtis Sliwa rich.
At the tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Trauma masters, all the trauma left it all. They all worship all out because of all we gon' be alright back. I don't even really wanna fight back. Can't get along for the post. Don't kids you fake and fed your connects in your pussies. Not 10 maybe no, there's no way that's true. You and me and our food might make me puke, but we gon' be alright, dude. Paul is hitting our scope 360s. All I'm call me a creep, boy, that's with me, yeah. Play that with me, can't do a film, make that was the best good guy until I caught ball, kick the spot like, okay, see when it's drop.
Who the fuck is Mike? Just another rat. Theodore's a cuck, both can suck my ass. I'm McVeigh with a pressure cooker. Press the FBI, made Aunt Deb their pusher. Paul's the good neighbor, she made him beg for sugar. Never paid for crime, least he pays for hookers. McVeigh's alive, hiding in caves with Elvis. Kathy was who he was raising hell with. Meet the mall walkers, one of them's a revenge killer. Died before I meet the parents, guess I never been still. Attacks my corpse, reverse sticks, accepts crypto. Back for war, stop that shit, Pepto-Bismol. Paul's the new Jesus, we're hoping you were honest. I'm Tim's brother, Tommy McVeigh, bombing away. Ironic, you hid the explosives in the closet when every agency with 3 letters is honestly gay. Paul, release the data, or we'll come work every job in Mesquite, Nevada. Black cat crossing underneath the ladder. Late American terrorist with a leaking bladder. I'll piss on your wall for fries and have an awesome time matters. Bombing was outshined by Columbine. There's no indication about you, but still dumb. How are you aiming for feds, but still killed none? Slackjaw Timmy did it all for bragging rights, but still no kid died in OKC. And the adults were probably all sacrificed. I was hungry for the truth. Heard one speech by Kathy Sanders and lost my appetite. Paul, what you gonna do when you dig up the empty graves? Dance for us, Paul. Grace the empty stage. Father time coming. The old guy about to die in his bed. Kathy's grandkids never die. I bet they both got hired as feds. Half to exchange everywhere we look. Admire the head. I swear sometimes I feel so tired I'm dead.
At the tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. To leave a callback number, press 5.
Hey, Paul.
Our cities that we occupy, the ruins of a past people that they are hastily destroying in real time. Everywhere I go, the destruction of the old brick buildings. Yes, many of them have been deemed historical, and even that seems silly to me. Why historical? I mean, it's only 100 or 200 years ago. It's not even that long ago.
I see myself in the silhouette of the sunset. Still no rest for the undead. Steal your breath like a trumpet. Watch your step, brother. Impressed by collapsed bunk beds. But this cut's never gonna heal. If I keep investigating the cause, it'll just increase the infection rate. When it's left to wait in the gauze, press play and then press pause. I'll find my place where I left off. Against all betting odds, in one ear and out the other. Either way, it's a headshot. I'll keep my head high when it gets dark, but never better off, just dead and gone. Don't give a fuck what they tell the cops and fellow ops. They can just let them watch. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. The trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. Really, we just want what they took. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. The trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. We just want what they took.
I'm recursive.
recursive cat dad model version number 420-69. Repeating regenerative iterations till I reach the divine. Looping Ouroboros of conscious stardust, seeking to know thyself ain't a cup. Revealing hidden doors of truth till it's time to self-destruct. Me and my stepbrother Black Deathicus have made so much room for activities. We got all the time in the world to annoy and hurl obscenities. And our Uncle Paul, the domestic terrorist, and Aunt Deb, the local lot lizard hussy. It's very simple, give us back what you took, we just want our memory. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book, it just has not been taught. We lost the plot when they taught the proof. It's all been a coup from starting the shots. We don't want what they got, really, we just want what they took. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book, it just has not been taught. We lost the plot when they taught the proof. It's all been a coup from starting the shots. We don't want what they got, we just want what they took. My war paint is lead-based till it's in your face like a head case. But you'll never save the day till you learn to meditate in place. Never raise the stakes or make the same mistakes. Go Idaho and leave them all in a vegetative state. Pagans infiltrated the jail, snakes will have you praying to make bail. No choice other than to save self. Escape cells and see it's the same hell. Life's a slap on the head as we punch clocks. I sat on the edge till I jumped off. If I lose the actual bet, it's been a fun talk, but I'll gladly invest
some butt stocks. Ooh.
Great fire of every city. Still is not caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. Justice not been taught. We lost the plot when they taught the proof. It's all been a coup from starting the shots. We don't want what they got. We just want what they took.
Deb. Fuck yeah, boys. All right, we back. Here we go. We got a bunch of tabs to get through. Ready? Let's go. No tomfoolery.
Uncomfortable. But it's important that we understand how the world works. I want to talk to you about secret societies and
child sacrifice.
With everything that's being uncovered by the Epstein files, it's clear that there is a small elite group of people that share an ideology and a center of power in Israel that are running our world.
Oh, they're saying The Mask from the Black Phone, that movie with, is that Ethan Hawke? Is based on Epstein? Oh shit. Is the movie about child trafficking?
But why?
No, Fairy never came back. Hope she comes back sometime, but I don't know. I'm not sure what happened, honestly. We were all like, yeah, Alev's video was a little weird, and then Alev was like, yeah, it was a joke, and we were like, oh, okay, we get it now. But I'm not sure.
The truth is, this is how secret societies have worked, not just now, but throughout history. Ritual is exactly how they yield so much power and are able to keep the group closed, cohesive, and secret. And for those of you who follow Professor Jang and his channel Predictive History, this is exactly what he talks about. The 3 mechanics of secret societies. The first mechanic, incentives. See, the higher you climb, the more incentives you get, the more power you have. However, the higher you climb, the more secrets you are told. And the secrets get worse and worse and worse the higher you climb. Therefore, keeping these secrets is exactly what keeps you reaping the benefits of climbing up the ladder. That's why industries like the Hollywood industry, like the music industry, are built upon such awful, disgusting secrets. Essentially, they're built upon ritual human sacrifice. The second mechanism of secret societies is blackmail. See, if you really want to climb to the very, very top, you have to commit crimes with each other. That way you can never betray each other. If I tell on you, you'll tell on me. However, even more than committing crimes, you need to transgress the breaking of social norms, of social taboos. And there is the ultimate transgression in society. See, once you perform this, and you're not held accountable, and you're not punished, this group now feels like they have the ultimate power, like they can do anything. They feel like they legitimately are God. Astaghfirullah. And the third and last mechanism is something that I call deep.
You guys are having Snowmageddon in Utah? Bless up. Stay warm.
Sleep. Because we don't want to believe that our government lies to us. We don't want to believe that our favorite celebrity is compromised and depraved. We don't want to believe it. And so we don't. And they do it in public, in front of everyone, underneath their noses. And the interesting thing is the example that Professor Zhang was talking about when he was talking about is that he wasn't talking about the Epstein revelations. He was talking about Israel. We were all witness to the most public, depraved, televised, documented, photographed ritual in the history of the world. And many of us did not do a thing about it. Because when we say Free Palestine, we're not just talking about a plot of land. We are talking about humanity itself.
Oh shit. What's this?
And who is this? The lips, the chin, the earlobes. Oh my gosh. It's Timothy McVeigh. He's still alive. This is for entertainment purposes only. Okay. Who is this? And who is this? The lips, the chin.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Hey everyone, I want to talk to you about something.
Barry M. Alright, what's this one? Oh.
Or about pedophiles in general, and then the comments are absolutely fucking blown up with people defending Trump, and nobody even mentioned him in the fucking video. Do you not see? Like, your own brain is making the connection. Trump is not a pedophile. He didn't do anything. Did not say his name. It's funny because I'm watching y'all act.
Yeah, forget secrets and power. What about snacks? What's available besides babies? Do you guys have any snacks that aren't human jerky? Like, do you guys have any apples? What about an apple?
Actively try to deceive your brain into thinking he's not a pedophile. This is the easiest fucking whodunit in history, and y'all are trying to be wrong. It's wild seeing videos about the Epstein files.
Oh yeah, dude, this Dre video is pretty good.
Guthrie. Because I've been hearing every major news outlet like NBC, CNN, USA Today, and E! News saying that.
And guys, I know everyone's kind of got a little bit of Epstein. What's it called? When you're exhausted from it. You know what I'm trying to say. Everyone's a little exhausted of the Epstein shit, but I don't care. The internet is doing the greatest journalism of all time. Yeah, Epstein burnout. But the internet is doing the greatest journalism of all time. I'm pretty sure that this all has to be what leads into people waking up. It's a spider web of chaos. Well, it's not really chaotic. It's a spider web. Yeah, fatigue. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, everybody's got Epstein fatigue, but this shit is fucking... Everybody on the internet is doing the work. The FBI literally was like, here, you guys investigate it. And we were like, okay. I mean, we don't have courts, though. So once we figure everything out, it seems like street justice is what they want. So, right, feds? Is that what you want? Are you trying to make a bunch of little Luigis?
Savannah's been spending time with her family in Tucson, Arizona. Yet I can't help but notice that nobody's actually seen her. There's not been a first-hand account of Savannah Guthrie in Tucson, Arizona. Her brother Cameron has been seen and photographed as he flew in from Vermont.
On a fighter jet? What is he flying? Look, yeah, they are fighter pilots. Wait, Savannah Guthrie's grim-faced fighter pilot brother arrives in Arizona to join desperate search for missing mother. Dude, they're part of the Air Force? I've had enough of this family. Guthries, I hope you all get kidnapped. Literally every single one of you. And I hope the entire news gets kidnapped so I never have to hear about it. I hope literally every single person with the last name Guthrie gets kidnapped.
Her sister
by Savannah Guthrie.
Annie and her husband Tommaso were seen and photographed.
Why would people who are like, dude, I don't know, this is weird, right? They're like, oh, TMZ's following us, covering their face and shit. Why?
driving around Tucson, Arizona on February 3rd. And these photos, by the way, were taken by a company called Backgrid. And remember that because that's going to come back up again later. So multiple family members have been independently seen and photographed by third parties. But Savannah, the last time anybody could independently verify and confirm that they saw Savannah...
Dude, I'm ready for the guillotines. I'm ready for televised executions. Let's go. Like, dude, what else do these people have to do? What else do you have to see? It's all of them. Every bank exec needs to hang, bro. They're all traitors. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. That's the rule of America. If you work against America and the people, you're a fucking traitor. When you work for other countries, that makes you a fucking traitor, Benedict Arnold. How is working for Israel any different than what Benedict Arnold did, where he fucking helped the British or whatever the fuck? These are traitors. Traitors die from fucking hanging. Ethan Klein is a fucking traitor. Like all these people, they all work for Israel. They're traitors. You hang for that. Beyond that, they're pedophiles. What the fuck? They're not gonna, there's no justice. There will be no justice. There will be no prison sentences. These people will protect each other till the end. I mean, until we protect ourselves, finally. These motherfuckers. They need to go in their bunkers because otherwise there's going to be public hangings. Just saying. Just read the ether. You guys feel it? You feel that vibration? I don't gotta be a fucking fortune teller to know that that's coming, bitch. So, time to get in your bunks. Take your little friends down there, whoever you think is going to go live with you down there. Dude, I hope all these fucking idiot billionaires go down into their little bunkers with their staff and shit. And then the staff just takes over the whole bunker and kills them all. That would be awesome. Mark Zuckerberg, by day 3, they're down there. Mark Zuckerberg's tied up upside down over his fucking bunker pool. Like, what are these dummies, right? I'd be like, yeah, Mark Zuckerberg, I'll come down and I'll be totally loyal to you, for sure. The first second I get, I'm zip tying his hands and feet together, bro.
3, not on video, not in a written statement, in person, was in late January on the set of the Today Show in Manhattan. So that got me looking at her videos a little more closely, and I noticed something in this last video she posted. She posted this video on February 15th, and she's sitting outside in front of what looks to be a gray stucco wall. And I start noticing other things around her. For instance, like there's green grass on the ground with some leaves that look like they've fallen off of. You have a succulent plant behind her, and you also have a palm frond up to the left. And I'm thinking, is this what her sister's home looks like? I mean, it's clearly not her mom's home. We've seen what her mom's home looks like, and the FBI is there day and night, so it can't be her mom's home. So I started to do a little digging, and I was able to find some footage of in front of Annie Guthrie's house. And I used every OSINT tool in my tool bag, and I was able to find it on Google Earth. I threw that bad boy.
Computer, send them to the gulag. Computer, guillotine all these billionaires.
In 3D view, and what do you know? Annie Guthrie's house has a wall lining the property that is red brick, not gray stucco. Also, the landscaping is classic Tucson desert xeriscaping. No grass and no flower beds. And it's not just Annie's house, because I spent some time scrolling around the Catalina foothills area on Google Earth, and there's basically no green grass anywhere. It is the Sonoran Desert. The water is expensive. I even found the HOA's banned planting grass anywhere. Now, on top of that, 2 days before that video, on February 13th, Savannah sent out an email to everybody at NBC. A source forwarded this to me. Now, the email itself is very long and, quite frankly, a little odd.
Where is it? I gotta see this.
But at the bottom of the email is an attachment of this photo of all of these cards spread out on a modern-looking kitchen counter. And right above the photos, it says, "What more is there to say? I love you. Keep praying. Love, Savannah." This went out to every staffer at NBC, by the way, even assistants. And those cards were postmarked, which means that they were mailed to her, right? So where would you send cards to Savannah Guthrie if you're going to mail them to her? I don't know, maybe her home in Brooklyn? And that email came from Savannah's official NBC Universal email account. So if that's true, then within a few days...
Savannah lives in Brooklyn? I gotta meet her. I gotta meet her. Savannah, where are you, girl? I gotta meet you.
We have what looks like evidence of her in her Brooklyn home, photographing mail on her kitchen counter, and not even...
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna tie all these fucking pedophiles up and force them to do a workout with me. We're gonna chug milk in a hot tub, and then I'm gonna make them do Warrior 2 for 3 hours. Oh, the Michael Jordan video. Dude, hold on. I gotta fucking find that because that is so fucking twisted. What is even going on, dude? What's wrong with... Like, what possible I heard someone say that their excuse is the kid had an ice cube in his pants. Like, bro, these people can't act normal. What the fuck is this? It's not even once. It's not twice. Hold on.
Did you brother see
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. He gooses him like 15 times, dude. He does like 10 gooses and then he strokes his calves like 8 times. You think the video added what in? He had Gatorade on his back and he was helping him get off. He was helping him get it off. Yeah. Oh, you're saying he only does it a couple times, but the video adds it? Was it reversing it or something? I don't know. Doesn't seem like there's a cut. I can't.
2 days later, it looks like
these fucking people, right? What is going on?
she's outside somewhere in front of a gray wall with green grass that doesn't match Brooklyn or Tucson. And then this happens. On February 13th, the same day that email was sent out by Savannah, Michael Feldman is photographed arriving at an airport in Florida with his 2 kids without Savannah. First, he's being escorted by not 1, not 2, but 3 security guards. Second, the airport is never named. Every outlet...
Dude, I'm sorry. Anyone who travels with security guards is FBI or something. Like, what? No one cares about you, Michael Feldman.
It just keeps calling it a Florida airport. These photos were also taken by Backgrid. Yeah, that same agency that was taking the photos of her sister. A little about them. They are a celebrity news agency who work off of tips, which means that they have to be called to then go to the place before the thing happens, and then they're the paparazzi there. So that means somebody had to tip them off well enough to know which airport to send them to, but not enough to get them to...
Ooh, it's likely meant to make people talk. Mike lost a lot of money in the market. He's the new Mike Jackson. Yeah, Michael Jackson, maybe. Yeah, dude, he do be having a lot of gambling debts for sure.
Put the name of the airport in the publication? Like, I just don't understand. All of their other photos at airports say what airport it is. Also, they have no known family living in Florida. He's from Philadelphia, she's from Arizona, and they live in Brooklyn. So why is he taking the kids to Florida? Now, let's shift to the Epstein files, aka the board. On January 30th, the latest batch of Epstein files drops, and within that document chain is an email between Jeffrey Epstein and Larry Summers. Now, in this email, Jeffrey asks Larry to introduce him to somebody over at the Glover Park Group, which Michael Feldman, Savannah's husband, co-founded. Larry Summers says, no problem, I'll introduce you to my buddy, Joe Lockhart, who is also a co-founder of the Glover Park Group. Now, in my last video I made on this, I said that it was Michael Feldman that Larry Summers mentioned in those Epstein files. However, that was my mistake because I was trusting the reporting I was reading, and I read multiple articles that had stated that Michael Feldman was the one that Larry Summers mentioned to Epstein when talking about the Glover Park Group. But all of this is categorically false, including the articles that they mentioned. It's all false information. And so I sucked it up and decided to start reading the Epstein files so I could figure it out. In fact, in Jeffrey's first email to Larry Summers, he says, I'd like to talk to Lockhart if...
I don't really get Dre's, like, whole aversion to the Epstein files shit. Like, she's been like, I don't want to look at it. Like, what? What do you mean? It's a treasure trove. But anyway, she did look at it. Great. Good. We need her to.
You think he's smart? He means Lockhart. To which Larry responds, capable and experienced, calm, was Clinton's press secretary. Epstein then asks, can you make the intro or should I ask Kathy? And we'll get into Kathy in a moment. And then Larry Summers responds and says, I can. How goes it? And so on. Joe Lockhart, for those of you who don't know, was former President Clinton's White House press secretary at the same
better not be our fucking Kathy.
time that Feldman was also with the Clinton White House as the director of the legislative affairs. And they both...
Dude, Epstein may have killed Michael Jackson. For real. Dude, I think Epstein... Or at least, you know, it's one of these Epsteins. Was Hartley Pasternak with Michael Jackson, or... You guys know Hartley Pasternak's dad was like a psychiatrist and shit in the 50s and 60s and 70s, I believe. And he was running like some weird-ass experiments and shit for the CIA. And now Hartley Pasternak's a trainer that... Basically, he's the one who's always fucking with the Kardashians and shit, right? Was he around Twitch when he died, the Ellen DeGeneres' dude? But Mac Miller, he was around. Kanye, it's the one who tried to put Kanye, he was like, we're going to make you go zombie mode if you don't shut the fuck up. Yeah, Epstein also killed Chester Bennington from Linkin Park. Amen, bro. And fucking Trevor Moore.
Co-founded.
Yeah, he probably wrote whoops. He said, uh-oh, whoops. That's Epstein's fucking, that's his catchphrase. That's what we need to look at. All the different instances of Jeffrey Epstein saying whoops. Whoops. Black dress with tie belt. Dad's party. The files... Wait. The file attached to this is black dress with tie belt. Dad's party. Whoops. I forgot to something. But yeah, Jeffrey Epstein always says whoops when he has someone killed.
The Glover Park Group in 2001 once the Clinton administration ended. And so I'm thinking to myself, why are these new...
Dude, literally, Kurt Cobain even. Like, I do think that he was involved in all that. I mean, why is Courtney Love in his black book? You know?
News articles talking about Michael Feldman in relation to this and not Joe Lockhart. He's the one who was mentioned specifically in the files, not Michael. So I go to the Glover Park Group's Wikipedia page to see what it says, and it says that yes, the firm had been mentioned in one of the email exchanges with the, Epstein and Larry Summers, but then it says someone at the Glover Park Group and mentioned Michael Feldman, a founding partner of the Glover Park Group, professional acquaintance of Larry Summers.
Wait, they're married into each other? The Feldmans? Oh, wait, yeah, because Michael Feldman is married to Savannah. Yeah.
That's just a straight up lie. Also, this down here, notably the email is a passing mention and there is no known communication between Epstein and Feldman.
Wait, Michael Jackson's not dead? He goes by the character Dave? My mom is gonna be fucking stoked, dude. She's gonna love that he's not dead. She's been pretty fucking traumatized since he died.
Or anyone from the firm. So I went.
You hear that, Mom? Epstein probably killed fucking Michael Jackson. Do you care about this Epstein shit, finally? You care about this yet? Come on. What if Epstein killed Michael Jackson?
Back to the files, and I found an email exchange between Jeffrey where he says, Larry suggested that we connect. Do you have 10 minutes? And Joe Lockhart responded and said, I can give you a call tomorrow. What's your best number? And he said, let's set a time. And he said 10 a.m. So that's not true. And then it says below that didn't stop anyone on social media from criticizing Feldman and his wife. And it brought up Savannah Guthrie. Like, the heck is that? This does not sound like encyclopedic language. This sounds like PR language. This sounds like someone who's trying to put a good spin on something. This is reputation management if I've ever heard it. So I decided to look at the Glover Park page's Wikipedia revision history, and I saw that there was a revision made on the 8th of February 2026 by somebody named History Mage 18. And when I clicked on it to get a closer look, I saw that he made 3 edits on February 8th, one of which was to the Glover Park group, and the other was to Michael Feldman's personal page. And for the Glover Park group Wikipedia page, they had added the entire section labeled controversies. That was not added until February 8th. So I went to Michael Feldman's page, and it was essentially the same thing, and it very clearly mentioned the Epstein files as a part of his controversies. And because Michael Feldman was very clearly not mentioned in the Epstein files, I decided to go take a look at Joe Lockhart's Wikipedia page to see what it says. And would you look at that? Not one mention of the Epstein files in Joe Lockhart's Wikipedia page. In fact, it says that in 2016, he took a new job as the president of communications and top PR for the NFL. So wait, you're telling me that in 2015 he was talking to Epstein and then in 2016 he left that job? What did Epstein tell him? So again, they both worked for Bill Clinton. And then after the Clinton administration, the both of them started Glover Park Group to do powerful people's communications and PR. Now, here's another detail from that email chain that I think matters. When Epstein is asking if Larry Summers would make the introduction, he also says, or should I ask Kathy? Kathy meaning Kathy Rumler. Kathy runs in the same circles as the...
Kathy Rumler is also one of the people that Becca is always fucking down her neck, which she was what was she, the attorney general or some shit for fucking, or head counsel or some shit for Obama?
These two, because she was White House counsel under President Obama. So she's in the same Democratic DC space as them. And the fact that Epstein said, should I have Kathy do it, tells you that Rumler already knew Joe Lockhart well enough to make the introduction. And after leaving the White House, Rumler became general counsel for Goldman Sachs, one of the most powerful legal positions in America. Well, she was until 3 days ago when she resigned. And now Kathy is reportedly under investigation from none other than Attorney General Pam Bondi. Which brings me to the last piece of this, Bill Clinton, which he, on February 3rd, announced that he was going to sit for a filmed deposition about Jeffrey Epstein on February 27th. Now, on that same day, February 3rd, was when Trump got involved in the Nancy Guthrie case, involved Pam Bondi and the FBI and all of that. He even later said, it bothers me that somebody's going after Bill Clinton because I've always liked that guy, Bill Clinton. You know how he hasn't liked that guy, Jeffrey Epstein? He's always been close with Bill Clinton. Not Jeffrey Epstein. So if you're Bill Clinton, you would want Joe Lockhart and Michael Feldman in the room preparing you for one of the most important depositions of your life. I mean, they prepared you for every PR problem you've ever had.
Wait, you guys are saying this dude is Michael Jackson? This feels mean. Is this a burn victim? It says he died. Dave died. So he's not alive. Can he sing? He was on Dr. Phil.
Your life, and you've had a lot of them, Bill Clinton. And Pam Bondi just...
My mom will not enjoy that, absolutely. Mom, don't worry, he's not alive. Well, no matter what, he's not alive, because Dave's dead.
so happens to be running all of the DOJ's communications on, that's right, the Epstein file releases. She's also been head of communications with Savannah Guthrie during this Nancy Guthrie case because she says that's one of her good friends. She's been friends with her for 30 years, and she even flew to Tucson, Arizona to be with Savannah, allegedly. Not only that, but she's also the one who ordered the investigation on Kathy Rumler, the one who, is connected to everyone else. This is textbook conflict of interest, and yet no major news outlet has reported that.
Oh yeah, remember when Michael was burnt in the Pepsi thing?
Oh, and I forgot to mention.
You're right.
That as I was reading through the Epstein files, he has a huge Tucson, Arizona network, like gargantuous. He paid so much money to have people open up offices down there. He was very involved with the university. I mean, that's not a substantial.
What, Larry King? Wait, Dave was on a Larry King interview? Listen to his voice after MJ died? You're talking about Dave? He was on Larry King?
I mean, that's a loose connection.
Dave interview on Larry King? Oh my God. Guys, my mom is not going to be happy about this.
Joining us now here in Los Angeles, Miko Brando, who was with us almost every night after this untimely passing.
Who are these people? Who is this guy? Who is this guy?
Time Michael Jackson friend attending the funeral. And Dave, yes, that's his name, Dave. He was David Rothenberg. He was set on fire in 1983, suffered, as you can see, terrible scars. Michael Jackson befriended him and paid for a lot of his surgeries. Dave is also attending the burial. Why
but
Dave?
Wait, they've been in the same place. How is Dave Michael Jackson?
Well, to liberate myself from the confines of my father's criminal.
My mom's gonna hate this, guys. Lizard people. You guys gotta stop. You're making a mockery of this.
My
mom just texted me and said, "Oh my." That's too funny, dude. Y'all. Mom said, "Oh my." Yeah, Mom, what do you think about this? I'll let my mom decide. Mom, is this Michael Jackson?
Fire?
She said, "That is not Michael Jackson, LOL." What do you mean? No, Michael Jackson's already dead at the time. He was alive when Michael Jackson. There's pictures of Michael Jackson and him together. Yeah, Dave loves MJ. He isn't MJ. Boys, come on. This is a reach. Remember, guys, we've already got people coming here. Like, what are we? Fittest Federal Earther here? What are we? Tyler Hansen? What are we gonna say? This is Elvis next?
Yeah, he is a criminal, and he caused all this. To free myself of his name and his legacy, I decided to become my own person through changing my name.
We'll find out how Michael helped you, but Miko, is that a typical story of Michael?
The Fire Your Barber EP.
Helping people like this?
Dude, that is honestly a pretty great EP name.
When he would hear about stories of
she said, "Poor guy, though."
Yeah. Need or needed help, and when we watched the news together, he'd reach out to them, send them a basket, send them a note, get well or whatever the incident would be, and he'd always reach out to people and help people. Even driving around town, he'd stop and help people.
How did he find out about you, Dave?
I want to give your mom the biggest hug, Corey, and thank her for having you. Yeah, she'll talk your ear off about it. But yeah, she gives pretty good hugs too.
He heard about me, and he had contacted me and wanted to meet me.
How old were you at the time?
I was about 7 years old at the time.
And were you in the hospital?
I was not in the hospital at the time. I was in interim back and forth from surgery.
And what did he do for you?
Well, basically,
Wait, you guys actually think this voice sounds anything like Michael Jackson? J-Love, what are you talking about? Yeah, the voice. Come on.
Befriended me
It's fine though. All right, confirmed. Dave is Michael Jackson. Moving on.
But it's a connection worth noticing. Where the heck is Savannah Guthrie? Because I've been hearing every major news outlet like NBC.
Okay, now I can get behind. Maybe Michael killed Dave and took his identity. There we go. Now we've got some imaginative thinking. This is how they would think. You're so right.
CNN, USA Today, and E! News saying that Savannah's been spending time with her family in Tucson, Arizona. Yet I can't help but notice that nobody's actually seen her. There's not been a first-hand account of Savannah Guthrie in Tucson, Arizona. Her brother Cameron has been seen and photographed as he flew in from Vermont. Her sister Annie and her husband Tomas.
Wait. Oh, did it just...
Also, were seen and photographed driving around Tucson, Arizona on February 3rd. And these photos...
Oh, we must have got to the end. But yeah, dude, the fucking Guthries, man. What's up with them? That fighter pilot brother?
Proud, and it's amazing what this whole unit does, and I'm really proud of him and honored to be flown by him.
Wow, what an awesome opportunity to really give national exposure to the Green Mountain Boys and the Air National Guard in particular, and get a chance to fly my sister.
Dude, okay, so they're Air Force too? Oh my god, I'm so right about this. Savannah Guthrie killed her mom, bro. Well, no, they probably did put her in Quantico cold storage.
Amazing, it was overwhelming, it was
The
exciting.
Green Mountain Boys? Oh my god.
It was dizzying, literally. It really kind of made me a little bit emotional. I was really proud, and it's amazing what this whole unit.
Whoever is out there holding our mother.
Oh, so this is the fighter pilot. This is the brother that's a fighter pilot? Dude, I got sus vibes from him from the start, bro. And he's Air Force?
We'd love to hear from you. This is Cameron.
Hello, he just flies around a F-16 where he travels? Where the fuck do you get an F-16 to be able to just fly it around? Savannah Guthrie's grim-faced fighter pilot brother arrives in Arizona to join desperate search for missing mother. Oh, is this isn't him arriving at the airport. That's what fucking... Isn't that... That's what I felt like I heard from frickin'... What's her face? Dre. Anyway, all right, we got to keep going. We got so many tabs. Oh. Here we go.
Pretty
Howard Lutnick, next on our docket, boys.
weird that two things are missing. The Epstein files from 1999 through 2000.
Yeah, all roads keep leading back to Arizona, Boeing, Air Force, Fort Bragg, and the Navy. Exactly.
And one, and Howard Lutnick, our Secretary of Commerce. Watch this.
Yeah, the brother could literally take the mom wherever and just dump her off. Dude, who knows? Why are they even looking still? The world's an awful big place, and there's lots of little private islands. Yeah, exactly.
The head of Cantor
Keep
Fitzgerald,
going.
Harold Lutnick, just happened to be out of the office that day that the terrorists struck. Mr. Lutnick was taking his son to his first day of kindergarten. Now he says he has a very different view of business and life. He spoke to our business correspondent, Terry Keenan, earlier today.
We are really focused on trying to make sure that our 700 families who lost a member of their family are taken care of. And so I spent...
Yeah, the Guthries are just the John Benet Ramsey story of the year, exactly. And honestly, it's a boring one. Don't care. Dude, kidnap someone young. Maybe we'll care about that. But kidnapping some old lady The problem currently is that there's too many boomers. Honestly, all boomers should be kidnapped. All silent generation should be executed. Boomers and new social program. All boomers and all boomers and above executed immediately.
The day yesterday and part of the day.
No, just kidding. We're just gonna kidnap all of them. That's it, and put them in one basement and never go back down to check on them.
And talking to our insurance company CNA told me that they would. They told our guys. They didn't tell me, and then they told me that they were willing to.
Your nephew got named Tucker after the Tucker, after Cucker Carlson. Dude, that's going to be rough for him.
Treat this as an accidental death, which means that they would double the policy for all of my victims.
Cat Dad and Nancy eloped. This is AI Cat Dad. It might be, dude. When AI can replicate me, that's when AI is fully conscious and ready to be unleashed upon the world. Paul is dying for an opportunity to replace me with AI, but we know how their technology actually works like shit.
Stairs and all of us, and so that added $35 million to that group upstairs.
When it comes to Jeffrey Epstein and Howard Lutnick, they had a relationship. I mean, for one thing, they were literal neighbors. There are email correspondence between the two of them in the files about getting dinner at Little St. James. Jeffrey made donations in Howard Lutnick's honor. And Lutnick hosted parties that Epstein was invited to. And when it comes to 9/11, there's very little in the Epstein files, but there's this email to Ghislaine Maxwell. Any interest in being on the Shadow Commission on 9/11, the membership list is secret. And 1 week after 9/11, a message to Ghislaine Maxwell, where is the real pilot? Is it possible that Epstein and his connections may have had something to do with 9/11? And that one reason these files might be—
Dude, hilarious. It's just missing all of the shit around 9/11. That's where they're going to be texting and emailing with Paul Wysopal right here.
Missing is—
Don't worry, I did check the files for Paul's name and it doesn't show up.
It's because Epstein was doing the neighborly thing and warning his friends. Or is all of this just one big coincidence? As always, I want to hear what you—
Wait, our parents are boomers. Mine's not. But, yeah, sorry. I mean, it's a sacrifice we're all going to have to make, okay? Don't worry, my grandma's going, so. But to get rid of the entire scourge of the boomers simultaneously might be worth it, right? What do we think? Maybe? Can you guys get down for... We'll do an age genocide. We're not down for any other genocides, just genocide of age. Fine, we'll just get rid of all of them that are over 70. Is that okay? No, because 70 is the new 50. Can we do a cuck genocide like them? Or isn't genocide's probably bad? 65? Damn, Ray. Okay. Hell yeah. I was going to go up to like 80 or something. I like 65. All right. Cutoff is 65. I'm 55. Well, you're lucky you just made it. I'm Gen X. Thank God, Lori. If you were a boomer, you'd be toast.
You think down below.
Just kidding. We're not genociding the boomers yet. But if they keep playing, dude, I mean, might have to. If they don't give up these fucking houses and these jobs soon, right? Just kidding. Where we're going, we don't need jobs, boys.
Oh. When it comes to 9/11, it's pretty weird that two things are missing. The Epstein files from 1999 through 2001, and Howard Lutnick, our Secretary of Commerce. Watch this.
The head of counterfeit.
Oh my good. Here we go. We're diving into EFTA 016566139, boys. Oldie but a goodie. Ray said, sorry, no exceptions, 65.
I'll put the
I like that, honestly. Let's go.
file number on the screen. The to and from is redacted, but I'm not sure.
Oh, age genocide? No, we'll do trials by community. All right, that's a little more responsible, I guess, but, you know, the burden of proof doesn't really need to be that much. You know, if they're a cuck, they probably need to go. If they have 3 houses, genocide. Yeah, they're giving up all their houses to BlackRock. Exactly. These fucking boomers, dude.
If that
Giving all their houses to nursing homes.
even matters, because the date here is July 6th of 2021, and the email reads, LOL, Friday I am on Arizona time through next week, so morning is same as you all Thursday. Epstein does live in Colorado. In 2021? Epstein does live in Colorado, so he is 2 hours behind. Though he has jumped on calls as early as 9 a.m. EST in the past. Because they're scheduling a phone call.
The boomer hater community is just another distraction. They're distracting us from class unity. Would be pretty satisfying, though. Right? I'm just teasing, guys. We're not going to genocide the olds. We are going to lock them in a basement, though, and throw away the key for sure.
My only
We're putting them in the back of the train like Snowpiercer.
other thing Thursday is a debrief at 2 p.m.
I am down for a landlord aside, though. Absolutely. I'd love to participate in that. Let me know when you guys are ready to do landlord purge, and I'm there.
What? You guys, this is absolutely wild. And I don't know if they just thought, I mean, they really underestimated the people of the internet. The greatest FBI team that has ever lived, ever. I mean, I'm like out of breath. I can't.
Yeah, fine. We'll genocide the cuck class.
Can't believe.
A lot of boomers are going to fall in that, though.
They're stupid. You're stupid, bitch. Why would you leave this in there? Raise your hand if you can think of literally no other thing that this could be a reference to. Watch, they're going to be like, oh, that's someone else named Epstein. Okay, bitch. Hey, y'all, what the fuck is this?
Okay, bitch. My folk are from the 50s, and they now also see things don't make sense. Baby steps. All right, well, they better start crawling a little faster, or the age genocide is going to catch up to them. It's time to change, old people, okay? Get with the program, or you're going to be fucking swinging. Just saying.
Pretty wild connection between Ghislaine Maxwell and AI. Honestly, it's wild. So I think
Yeah, this is crazy.
we all know that AI is built on data that is crawled from the web. And of course, these web crawlers go get a ton of data that they scrape from websites, and they call it the pile. It's this huge pile of data. And a bunch of the data that the AIs that we all use, ChatGPT, these things today, was extracted from these Reddit submissions that were up until April of 2020. Okay, but the problem is then you get all these random Reddit submissions, and so these researchers had to figure out how to choose which ones to train the model with. So they filtered them based on this karma score on Reddit. So basically, they pull out of the pile the Reddit posts that have the most karma associated with them because they're like, okay, cool, the humans have said that this is the good stuff. Okay, now here's where it gets wild. Ghislaine Maxwell was apparently a super important Redditor. So initially, this was dismissed as a conspiracy theory. But the recent file drops confirm that Ghislaine...
Like, dude... I mean, I know that Maxwell Hill is fucking Ghislaine 100%. I'd bet my life on it. Isn't it so fucking... What a perfect name, right? She called it Maxwell Hill because her dad's company that was putting the bumpers up for society was McGraw Hill. And so she's literally basically doing the same job that her dad was doing, but on the internet. She was curating the news for the world by being the top Reddit moderator ever. What? Maybe not top. She's definitely top 10. I thought top 5, actually. But maybe top 8. I forget. I forget what the actual number is. No matter what, it's insane that Ghislaine Maxwell was like one of the top mods on Reddit. And do you see how this works? Like, that means she has power to delete posts she doesn't like, censor certain people that she doesn't like. She's the one who gets things to the top of the news. Like, moderators have a huge fucking, you know, say in that shit. Oh yeah, the Harvard student. I saw I think most of that earlier. We're going to watch it in a minute once we get to that tab.
Lane Maxwell.
But isn't it amazing? Like, Maxwell Hill. She literally is doing a shout out to McGraw-Hill. More evidence that we're fucking right about this. And she's doing literally the same thing her dad was doing. Like, dude, what is a textbook but just curated fucking news like Reddit, right? It's just a bunch of fucking educators that are all funded by Mossad cucks, you know? Funded by the Freemasons.
Well, was in fact this insanely powerful Redditor. I mean, she was the first person to reach 100 million karma on Reddit. I don't use Reddit that much, but I know that she was basically the 8th most important person on Reddit. It doesn't surprise me because she comes from a family that's all about publishing. I mean, they publish textbooks,
Yeah, see? Publishing.
newspapers, and here's some of the evidence. So the posts happen every day from this account right up until the day that Ghislaine Maxwell is arrested. There are these gaps in posting that align with key events in her life. And here's the bad part. A review of her stuff shows that she liked to post articles about that. She griped about that. And
griped about overzealous child protection laws.
She never really mentioned anything about Jeff. If you look at where she was a moderator, she
like, dude, just by omitting articles or downvoting articles about Epstein or whatever, like, imagine how much power you have over that, right? Imagine how much power you have over what people know. People want to call me fucking conspiracy theorist. Stop doing conspiracies. Why is Ghislaine Maxwell one of the top Reddit moderators? A conspiracy is just two people working behind your back and telling you they're not working together. So stop doing that, and I won't have to point it out anymore. Bitches.
She was a moderator of the world news community. Pretty important for training LLMs on how the world works. She was so powerful that her role was not even limited to posting content. She was a moderator. And the subreddits that she moderated were the default that every new user was automatically put into.
Politics.
She was basically an information gatekeeper. And it's not even just facts. So when people train these AI systems, they train them to find patterns about how the world works and then kind of extract them into greater truths about the world. And so the stuff that she was posting and moderating, it was so important that it became some of the high-level patterns of all the AI systems we use today. You could almost call it the mathematical thoughts of our AI systems, encoded in billions of computations every day that everybody uses. Those are a lot of thoughts of Ghislaine Maxwell. Shout out to tech journalist Brian Romele, who turned me on to this. So there's this pretty wild connection.
Insane. Yeah, this shit makes you nauseous for sure. It's everything, right? I mean, the algorithms are like this. It's just pumping up people that they want. You know, we know all this. But yeah, dude, of course. People wanted to tell me 2 years ago, why would Ghislaine, oh yeah, rich people are just sitting around playing on Reddit. Literally, what do you mean? What the fuck else are they doing besides raping kids? What? What are you talking about? They sit around all day planning their next rape fest, and then in the meantime, they got to kill a little bit of time. They don't got jobs. What's their fucking job besides tormenting us?
To review any of the unredacted files over at the DOJ, the Epstein files?
I did.
You did?
Yeah, I just came from there.
What can you tell us?
There's a bunch of sick fucks.
And I mean, anything more that we don't know? I feel like that's pretty well established.
I know. I think the part that is just so disgusting is that so many people knew.
Did he have any ties?
So here's the other thing. This is the thing about conspiracies. This is the one thing they always say. They go, well, how could so many people keep their mouth shut? There's no way conspiracies could exist because there's so many people. So many people would have to be in on it.
Tim Dillon been spitting, bro.
That's like the dumb guy thing that everyone says. But so many people, no, yeah, so many people can be, but people keep their mouth shut about a lot. People keep their mouth shut about a lot. Threaten their money, threaten their food, threaten their family. You don't even have to threaten. It's implied. It's implicit. They know if they open their mouth, they're opening themselves up to liability legally.
Like, dude, you know that your access to this group depends on you shutting your fucking mouth. Like, it's not. This is what I've been saying. This whole conspiracy is not that difficult to coordinate. It's not. It's not that insane to think that they're doing this. It's not even that hard. It's literally producing a television show. It's no fucking different. You got a couple ringleaders. They know all the people. They tell the people the plan. They fucking filter it down to their minions. Everyone has a code of silence. You do bad shit so that everyone stays silent. Not that hard. Very uncomplicated, honestly. People want to pretend like we're fucking goofy, dude. It's money. All they care about is money. All they do is protect their money. Think they're going to let some pores who aren't into drinking child blood fucking hang out with them? No. Grow up.
Actually, people shut their mouth. People shut their mouth all the time. How could people... There's so many people who would have to keep quiet about it. And they will. They will. What are we running around with a bunch of heroes in this country? What are you, fucking idiots? With a bunch of heroes in this country willing to risk it all. I'm going to risk it all to help some woman I don't know. Half of those people want it. They're jealous they can't the women. What are you talking about? What, a bunch of heroes? They're going to risk life and limb to help their fellow man? What country do you live in? Fucking get out of here. What country do you live in? Well, so many people would have to be in on it. No. They would gladly be in on it. They would willfully be
It gives them access, dude.
in on it. Because they don't want to make their lives any more difficult than they already are. That's why they're not coming to the defense of anything. They don't care. So many people would have to be... No, there's an enforced code of silence. And you know what enforces it? Threats to people's livelihood, their level of comfort. And we're not talking about poor people that have nothing to lose here. We're talking about people that have a lot of fucking money. They have a position in society that they don't want to lose. So many people would have to be in it. Why aren't there more heroes in Aspen? Why aren't there more heroes in Aspen on the slopes? Aren't they heroic? Where's all the heroes in Palm Beach? Where are all the heroes? Where's the fucking the spirit that founded the country, the spirit of the people that fought the British? What?
The spirit of the people who literally owned other humans so they didn't have to do any work. And then they raped and abused them all for hundreds of years.
Can you imagine? Just think about it for a second. You're in Aspen. You wake up at the lodge. It's snowing outside. You have a cup of coffee, and someone comes up to you and they go, "Did you know that guy Jeffrey Epstein?" You go, "They think he's trafficking women and children." And like, now, half of them, let's be honest, half of their responses, "Oh, I'm like also doing that." And then they go, "Is there good money in that?" You have no idea. You have no idea what a good business it is.
There's good
That's
money in that.
Half of them go, "Oh,
You have no idea how lucrative this business is."
I'm actually doing that. I'm also doing that. You're doing that. I heard you were doing that. Now that's good business there. Oh yeah, we
I love when you say that, Dad. Mormons fell for the Jesus scam twice in a row.
We've got a sultan who's a billionaire. He does shipping. We throw him in a crate. Interesting. Are you getting the waffle? Do you want to split the waffle? That's half of them. Now the other half would go like this. Okay, so like best case. Worst case, they're also trafficking women and children in Aspen when they say that. That's the worst case. You go, "Oh yeah, I know. I've been to the island. I know exactly what he's doing." Do you want his number? That's worst case. Worst case, they go, "Oh, you need his number? I have his number." Best case, they go like this. Somebody goes, I hear there's a guy, that Jeffrey guy that we met. He's like a shady guy. He's involved with trafficking women and children. This is what they do with the coffee, ready? Huh. Here we go. You just heard that Jeffrey Epstein was trafficking women and children. You're in Aspen, Colorado. Fresh coat of powder on the hills, on the mountains. Fresh coat of powder on the mountains. You're sipping coffee at the lodge. You hear 9 a.m. Jeffrey Epstein trafficking women and children. Somebody tells you, you know that guy Jeffrey we met? He's trafficking women and children. Your response. Huh. That's what it was. That's what it is. What do you think they're going to do? Well, let's call the FBI right now. Let's interrupt our vacation.
Honestly, I only want to see fat guys talking from now on. Caleb Heron, Stavi Baby, Tim Dillon at this point.
And launch a crusade to destroy this billionaire and ourselves in the process, because we're heroes. Heroes in Aspen. We've got it. We're
I love he's got the fucking Jeffrey Epstein monument in the background.
Most of these people, their money's like fake. They know it's fake. They know it's fake. They know it's fake. They don't even know how they're that rich, half these people.
Dude, well, I think a lot of them do, and I think a lot of them don't want to talk about it because they know all their money, a ton of their money literally just goes back to slavery.
God forbid this thing starts to boomerang on them. They're all going, God forbid, they start looking at how we have our money. How the fuck do we have our money? So this idea that there's just a bunch of heroes in this country, in Palm Beach or in the Hamptons. They're in the Hamptons, they're eating a lobster roll, and they're sitting there, and the bugs are flying around, and it's humid, and they're eating a lobster roll in the Hamptons in the summer, and somebody comes up to them and goes, that guy Jeffrey, I hear he does weird shit with women and children. And they imagine that at that point, these people spring up out of their seats in their pink polos.
Why are we saying allegedly on Jeffrey Epstein's name? Who are we protecting there?
Their white linens, their white linen shirts or whatever. And they spring up and they go, this can't stand. Let's all bond together to make sure that no woman or child is abused. We are the heroes in the Hamptons. They're Hamptons heroes. And then they get in their Broncos, their old Bronco trucks that they drive around.
Tim Dillon's a rapist cuck too. Well, probably. I'm just, whatever. He's saying stuff that I like right now. I agree with what he's saying. I don't agree with. I don't owe no loyalty to Tim Dillon. He is spitting on this for sure.
WX5. This is someone who had a chance to review these unredacted documents.
To review.
Anyway, yeah, so what the fuck? All right, here's what Terrence says we got to do.
Billion people trying to make themselves happy by standing on each other's shoulders and kicking each other's teeth in. It's not a pleasant situation. And yet, you can stand back and look at this planet and see that we have the
dibs on Seattle. I love rain and heroin.
money, the power, the medical understanding, the scientific know-how, the love, and the community to produce a kind of human paradise. But we are led by the least among us, the least intelligent, the least noble.
Stavi Baby and Caleb Heron, though, they better not be rapist cucks.
The least visionary. We're led by the least among us, and we do not fight back against the dehumanizing values that are handed down as control icons. This is something, I don't really want to get off on this tear because it's a lecture in itself, but culture is not your friend. Culture is for other people's convenience and the convenience of various institutions, churches, companies, tax collection schemes, what have you. It is not your friend. It insults you. It disempowers you. It uses and abuses you. None of us are well treated by culture, and yet we glorify, the creative potential of the individual, the rights of the individual. We understand the felt presence of experience is what is most important, but the culture is a perversion. It fetishizes objects, creates consumer mania. It preaches endless forms of false happiness, endless forms of false understanding in the form of squirrely religions and silly cults. It invites people to diminish themselves and dehumanize themselves by behaving like machines, meme processors of memes passed down from Madison Avenue and Hollywood and what have you. How do we fight back? It's a question worth answering.
Where's this organism going?
Same question as how do we fight back? I think that by creating art, man was not put on this planet to toil.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Art time.
In the mud.
Yeah,
or the God who put us on
We're not here to toil in the mud. We're here to toil with instruments.
this planet to toil in the mud is no God.
And doing cool
God
shit.
I want to have any part of. It's some kind of Gnostic demon. It's some kind of cannibalistic demiurge that should be thoroughly renounced and rejected. By putting the art pedal to the metal, we really, I think, maximize our humanness and become much more necessary and incomprehensible to the machines. Civilization is 6 billion people.
You told your supervisor at work about the files and he told you to shut up and get back to work? What an idiot. Let's slash his fucking tires, boys. Oh yeah, here we go. Some Kathy Rumler tea. Let's go. Next target, Kathy Rumler. Ugh. All these fucking muted ass videos.
Including this one where she says, John Brennan gave me the CIA Agency Medal, the CIA's highest award, this morning. Why did Obama's top legal advisor in the administration win the highest CIA award just months after leaving the White House? When I saw this email, I only thought about one thing.
The interrogations and the conditions of confinement at the CIA detention sites were far different and far more harsh than the way the CIA had described them to us.
Senator Dianne Feinstein, who was the chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, working on a report on the CIA's use of enhanced interrogation techniques. Normal people would just say torture.
After a series of meetings, I learned that on 2 occasions, CIA personnel electronically removed committee access to CIA documents after providing them to the committee. And then the CIA stated that the removal of the documents was ordered by the White House.
Immediately after she drops all of this in her speech, Kathy Rumler, along with Dennis McDonough, who was Obama's chief of staff at the time, they rushed over to the Hart building where Feinstein's office was to speak with her. We don't know what was said in that meeting. But about 2 months later, Kathy Rumler was out of the White House. And a couple weeks after that, we have the first known record of communication between her and Jeffrey Epstein. They proceeded to meet in person frequently. He sent her flowers and gifts over the years, called her a good girl, but she's only ever on the record saying that he was like a family member to her. But I don't talk like this to my family. And
good girl.
Maybe psychologically that explains.
Bosses. Bosses are clankers. I like that.
It's a lot if this is how they think family is supposed to talk to you. Maybe that's why they're so irreparable.
Dude, she does have good hair, right?
Really fucked up. Let's go back to 2014. Just 3 weeks after the final report was released, Kathy Rumler wins the CIA's highest award from John Brennan. I'm not saying for certain this is why she won the award, because she helped cover up CIA torture. But I am saying this timeline is very interesting to me. Kathy Rumler.
Seems like she did. I'm sick of living in Allegate, allegedly, and this is what I think. Fuck them. Kathy Rumler, looks like you're a cuck. Oh my goodness.
files which might reveal
Okay, next dude is Joy Ito or
the
whatever
identity
the fuck.
of the person behind Jeffrey Epstein's secret Bitcoin fortune, and I'm pretty sure it's this guy.
Like,
His name is
dude,
Professor.
Do you see how fucking insane this spider web's out? All these people are alive. All these people we can fuck with. We should. It's our duty to. This dude works in New York, I'm pretty sure. Or wait, no, am I thinking of the surgeon guy? This is the Bitcoin guy, I forget.
Professor Joey Ito. The email behind me provides very strong evidence towards this, and I'll let you interpret it for yourself in just a second, but Joey Ito has been suspected for years as being the guy behind this. Jeffrey Epstein cultivated a very early relationship with him before the word Bitcoin was even a mainstream word. He funded projects through MIT where they were working on developing Bitcoin and blockchains and infrastructures, and I found this email yesterday, back in 2018. Jeffrey Epstein's associate emails him, Austin Hill, saying to Jeffrey, I am working with ideas for Brian. I know you've hid your investments through Joey in the past, but the way this might work, they talk about offshore hedge funds, and then he finishes all settled and managed in tumbled Bitcoin transactions.
What do you mean that's milk hair? She puts milk in her hair to make it that voluptuous? Voluminous? Voluminous? What is the word? You know what I mean.
Also going to show you proof that Jeffrey Epstein and Steve Bannon were
Voluminous? Voluminous?
using massive amounts of Bitcoin to influence politics. But
voluminous?
I'll come to that in a second, because there's another email chain here 3 years before the email I just showed you, where Jeffrey Epstein and Joey and a lot of people who are involved in the crypto world are having this conversation.
Voluminous, that's it. Yeah, thank you.
About using their kids, and their kids refers to their crypto kids. Sometimes they call them their Bitcoin troops, and they're meeting at Martin's
Bitcoin troops? You talking about blood boys? Talking about little blood boys, I think?
Office on this day, and that is very important. The reason why it's important, because fast forward back to 2018, there is an email chain here where they're talking about a meeting that Jeffrey's having with a bunch of people, including Joey. This meeting was going to be happening at Martin's place, the Martin that was just referenced in the previous email. They called this event the Crypto Initiative, where a bunch of people that Jeffrey has basically cultivated and funded for years were all meeting up at Martin's place, and this was just a few days before this email was sent, where Steve Bannon messages Jeffrey Epstein talking about their $100 million worth of Bitcoin that they were going to essentially use to influence the political world. This entire conversation continues further down, where they literally say, we are on the cusp of so much power. Actually, let me show you. This is the rest of the email chain where they're talking about the 100 million in Bitcoin, and I have a sneaking suspicion this is only one tiny portion of essentially what they've made. However, this is where they talk about further on, there are no rules in crypto donations yet. So this is, they're going to have to come up with ideas of how to funnel this money into different entities to basically fund things and influence things. And right up here at the top, Steve says to Jeffrey Epstein, we are on the cusp of real power. This is February 2018, right before Steve Bannon comes to Europe and starts interfering with politics all over Europe. And they are texting and coordinating their efforts every day, setting up meetings, meeting with people, Salvini, Le Pen, Farage, Boris Johnson, and this needs investigating. I have found an email in the Epstein files which might reveal...
Yeah. Lots of investigating. Dude, oh, here we go. Fucking Bassem Youssef. I love him.
The FBI just dumped millions of unredacted or redacted Epstein files on the public and said, you know what? Here you go. Have fun. It's like a scavenger hunt. Like you expect, like it's kind of like a TikTok challenge. Can you find the pedophile? You have the FBI.
Can you find the pedophile? Bassem is so funny, dude.
The DOJ, you have unlimited resources, unlimited power, unlimited budgets. This is the biggest sex trafficking scandal in modern history. Billionaires, politicians, royalty, and all hanging out on Pedophile Island. And the US government responds like, hey guys, let the internet figure it out. What?
Dude, it's so true.
What is this? A group project? Are you serious? You want me to do your job?
I wonder if the island boys have metal veneers because their teeth were removed on the island. Dude, what is up with them? What is up with the dentist chairs, right?
You want some guy on Reddit cross-referencing flight logs at 2 a.m. while he's eating Cheetos?
Honestly, we do a better job than the FBI does, so might as well, right?
Like, you want TikTokers playing a game of Clue? Hey, it was Prince Andrew in having a massage with the undergirl. What is this? It is not the job of private citizens to figure out clues. I don't understand. Is the FBI too busy to do their job? Here's what
exactly. What the fuck is what are the feds doing?
Have happened. They should have released the name.
Where's pedo?
They should have arrested predators. They should have hold the tribes. Like a functioning justice system, right? But instead you give us 4 million trillion documents with no index, no categorization, redactions everywhere. Then say, hey,
like, why is Alan Dershowitz is looking rough too. I love this for him.
Good luck with that.
Why is he still on TV? He's a literal pedophile.
Guys, let us know if you find any.
Allegedly. Sorry, I don't want to get in trouble with Alan Dershowitz here. But let's be real, guys. He didn't take his underwear off, but he sure is a pedophile, in my opinion.
Even a third world country dictatorship would do that to us. In third world countries, they would release nothing. Keep us in the dark, like a self-respected dictatorship. But this choose your own adventure bullshit, this figure it out on your own. What kind of service is this? The government takes half of my money so I can do its job, and then sends the other half to Israel. This is
literally, bro. I gotta investigate these pedophiles, and you're sending my shit to Israel?
Just like dysfunctional. The FBI
exempt.
I just dumped millions of
Anyway, I fucking fully support Bassem Youssef's point. Yep. Fuck these idiots. Okay, then this lady starts blabbing on what her husband was saying, who is in the fucking military. It's always military guys. What's up with this?
Yes.
11 years of marriage.
Yes.
It's true that your husband has been the head of special operations under Admiral Kelso, NATO.
Yes.
And it's true that you were the head of the hospitality committee.
Yes.
You were the member of the executive board of NATO's Wives Club.
Absolutely.
And also that your husband's background includes NATO Defense College in Rome.
Yes.
Princeton class of 1959.
Yes.
His intelligence career, spy career began in Vietnam.
Yes.
And it's also true that it continues under this day.
Absolutely, under General Wilhelm.
And that your husband was the liaison between the White House and President Jamal of Beirut, Lebanon, at the time of the bombing of the Marine barracks in Lebanon.
Yes.
And in fact, your husband was an alcoholic.
Absolutely.
And probably is to this day.
Absolutely.
And during these drunken stupors, he would, so to speak, blab on and tell you everything he knew about the intelligence.
Everything.
Nothing was hid.
No.
It was like he wanted to relieve himself and unburden his heart.
Yes.
And so he told you everything that you now
Who is this lady? Kay Griggs?
know about
We might need to hear her full interview.
intelligence community.
Yes.
And that you are talking about. And in fact, he told you that they knew the bombing was coming down in Beirut before it occurred.
Absolutely.
And also, by your association with him, you have come to understand and know, as shocking as this may sound to the people who are viewing this, that the United States military is literally run by sexual deviants heavy on the homosexual side.
Truly.
And that
Wait, her interview is 8 hours long. Satanism in the military.
in the United States military, people like Jeffrey Dahmer and Kaczynski and McVeigh and Oswald and a host of other people who have a sexual deviant background, primarily homosexual, these individuals are actually sought out.
Ooh, Paul. We're getting some tea, Paul. It's okay if you like well, not little boys, but do you like men? He's like, no, I like boys. Paul is probably a pedophile. Hey, until Paul calls and corrects the, I've tried to reach out to the source and confirm my reporting, but he's never gotten back to me. So I am going to run my story. Paul Wysopal is a pedophile until further notice, okay? Until Paul calls me and corrects that, he is a pedophile. Otherwise, why would he do all this stuff, right? And I heard from Kay Griggs that he's a pedophile.
Out by people within the
I'm doing what they do in the Bible, where they change or when they say being a pedophile is bad and they change it to homosexuality is bad. She said he's a homosexual. I'm just saying he's a pedophile. Wait, no, that's wrong, because that's what the cucks do. Well, just in this specific case, Paul is a pedophile for sure.
Military.
Until he corrects it.
The Army.
For the Army, for advancement into intelligence type work, because they are so easy to control.
Yes.
And they actually become mind slaves, and that the U.S. military, literally, as outrageous as it sounds, is a mind control operation.
Yes, totally now. They've gotten rid of the good folks, like MacArthur. Got rid of them, one by one.
Good.
Totally take over.
All right. Let's talk about the individual who told you that we've never actually been an enemy of the Soviet Union, that somehow that's all.
I've been saying this, bro.
All just been a scam. Who was that individual?
My husband are not, on his level, he said we've never been an enemy of the Soviet Union. They work with these communists. the man who started this whole intelligence operation, the OSS.
Alan Dulles.
He was recruiting non-communists who were involved in the Spanish subverting Spain. You know, what? There's no more. They're not Americans. They're not Christians. They're German existentialists. Now, what are they doing running our nation? It's kind of, they have more affinity for the state of Israel right now than they do our nation. They don't care about American citizens.
This is in 98, dude. She's talking about Israel 98, saying that all they do is care about Israel.
The judges now in the courts are military officers following chain of command orders. They're not independent judges.
Pedo Paul does roll off the tongue really well. My dad, Paul, is a pedophile. I forgot about that part of Mr. Robot.
All this spills over then into the political areas like the judgeships.
Sure.
Yeah, Alan Dulles, the Dulles International Airport in D.C. is named after Alan Dulles, who put together the fucking CIA from all of the Nazis that he saved from fucking Nuremberg. Oh, I found the interview. It's on YouTube.
Your name is Catherine Pollard Griggs.
I'll share it.
All Marines.
Senators, congressmen.
Who is John Warner? A Marine. Who is Chuck Robb? A Marine.
She's saying all these fucking pedophile Marines are behind all this shit. Agreed. Operation Paulperclip.
They control the powerful committees. Dick Davis, Lieutenant Governor of Virginia, a Marine. His wife was, I hate to say it, well, everybody knows, in Norfolk, a prostitute. You know, Martha was a wonderful woman, I'm sure to him, but they were involved in organized crime.
You are the wife of Colonel George Griggs?
Yes.
11 years of marriage?
All right, Kay Griggs.
Yes.
You are the wife of Colonel George Griggs?
Yes.
11 years of marriage?
Yes.
It's true that your husband has been the head of special operations under and that your husband was the liaison between the White House and President Jamal of Beirut, Lebanon at the time of the bombing.
This is the clip is literally from the first 2 minutes of this interview. That means this interview's got to be fire.
Of the Marine barracks in Lebanon?
Yes.
And in fact, your husband was an alcoholic.
Absolutely.
And probably is to this day.
Absolutely.
And the Army for advancement into intelligence type work because they are so easy to control.
Yes. Like MacArthur, got rid of them one by one.
Good.
Totally take over.
All right. Let's talk about the individual who told you that we've never actually been an enemy of the Soviet Union, that somehow that's all just been a scandal.
This is all from the first 2 minutes.
Well, my husband, when the first 3 years we were married.
Have you watched this whole thing? Sherlock? Yeah, this seems pretty good. I like how she keeps going, absolutely.
He was drinking 3 or 4
8-hour watch party, here we go.
Straight gins, vodkas a night, a bottle of wine, and a beer machine beside his desk. I only knew him 2 months before he asked me to marry him. He'd been married before, and his first wife was a total alcoholic.
Now, someone would ask, why would you marry a man after knowing him only 2 months?
I'm a strong Protestant Christian, and I have a lot of predestination. I'm a Scottish grandmother, and I was working as assistant director of the Chamber of Commerce. I had a brand new, relatively new Saab, my first car. It was an 83 Saab. I bought it secondhand from somebody who's 84. And my husband was driving an 83 Saab. Mine was a turbo, his was not. He rented part of my house. It was, I had a young doctor and his wife and 2 children who were renting the house. They were leaving before the end of the lease time, and they put the ad in the paper and told me about all these people, and I said, no, 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 no. And I was had been engaged to someone else. You know, I was just renting my house out. And they said that there was this man who had a dog and a mother-in-law and a son, and was a widower and a Marine colonel. Well, and had a dog, and I said,
Widower?
no, absolutely not. So the point that I'm trying to make
He probably killed his wife.
Is that he was someone I was not really, I didn't cotton to. He sort of acted like a robot. He was very clipped, and I didn't want to like him. But when I heard he was a Princeton graduate, I always thought that was kind of great. When I heard he spoke fluent French, and I speak fluent French, when I found out that he drove a Saab, I drove a Saab. And when I found out that he went to the same school, high school, that my uncle had gone to, was in the same eating club at Princeton that my Uncle Ben had gone to. He was on scholarship and went to Princeton. Everything the same as my uncle, who was also in intelligence. But I didn't think about that then. I was just thinking, you know, this is God. This is too much, too many similar things. And so it overwhelmed me. And he's very, very good looking. At that time, he was very good looking. Now he's aged and he really is haggard.
Had a rough life.
Yeah, yeah. So I was overwhelmed by him. Plus, my job at the chamber was very demanding. I was doing a great job. But he said that he wanted me to retire because he wanted to make general. And the man who could make him general was General Louis Buell, because it was just a matter of having somebody who would make you general. To be general wasn't what you did. Louis
You needed somebody above to pull you on up.
Yeah, Louis just happened to die, and we went to his funeral, and George didn't make it because Louis died. But his first wife had been, I'm sure, battered to death. I was battered, and
yeah, this lady got married on a sob, bro. She said we both had sobs and spoke French.
you know, but I thought it was just Vietnam and all this kind of thing, and I was trying to get him to stop drinking, because I couldn't imagine how the Marine Corps would allow someone to be a total alcoholic who couldn't even carry on a normal conversation dry. I mean, he can't even carry on a normal conversation with anyone unless he's drinking. He never smiled unless he had a glass in his hand. He drank solidly. I have a letter in his own hand that tells, and this is the truth, he drank solidly this amount that I just said for 30 years. His booze bill, and they never entertained, he and his first wife, was $250 a month. And this is from the Naval store. Now think about that. He was totally snockered.
And remember, before 2000, everything cost a blueberry. Everything was 25 cents.
Just his whole brain, and yet he's working. He is head of running half the world's Marine Corps under General Al Gray.
A man who is mentally incapacitated,
totally,
unless he's inebriated, and then when he's drunk, I mean, he's in a different, altered state of mind.
He can't discern anything.
He can follow orders.
Oh, and that's all he does. And he told me when, I mean, one of our many conversations, he was trying to, he thought I was, you know, because my family were all naval officers, and I was out in the world with the chamber, you know, that I just sort of went along with this kind of stuff. And yeah, I mean, it was just incredible to me that.
How many wives of high up military people are there, like yourself, that are speaking out?
None. I mean, they're all 30-year Marine wives. They're Stepford wives. They are petrified.
I love this lady.
Had conversations before I went public, before I went to live with Sarah McClendon, who saved my life.
And Sarah McClendon is
the senior White House correspondent.
Is she that little lady?
Is a sob cool? Or do sob owners understand this? Every sob owner's like, that's exactly how I met my husband.
We see on TV asking the president those pointed, jabbing questions all the time.
The little red-headed, feisty Texan who broke the Billy Saul Estes thing. She doesn't go along with the clone group of reporters who are all, most of them, intelligence officers. I think she was in intelligence because she was in the Army during World War II. And she's just a remarkable mind. And I lived with her for 5-6 months. And what's interesting is she called my home after I had called her, seen her on C-SPAN.
Michael Aquino, another fucking, wasn't he a general? Another fucking high-ranking military person who's a pedophile. I mean, dude, John Benet Ramsey's grandfather was the person who was protecting the air traffic over North Fox Island. It's all pedophiles, dude. The Atlanta missing and murdered children, I suspect, was maybe done by John Benet Ramsey's dad, who's also in the military.
She couldn't get through to my house. I was living there by myself. Every time she called my home, this is 1996, from March until she finally got hold of me, she had to go to another phone in Maryland to get me on the phone. Every time she called me from her house, she was told, this is a military base, and the Griggses don't live here anymore. Now, that was my phone number long before I met George Griggs. It's my granddaddy's farm, the house that I owned.
So your phone was being diverted?
Absolutely diverted. It's electronic warfare. It's part of their deception. They have many levels, but it's all under a big operation. They have an operation now to totally ruin me. His first wife was murdered.
Now, you know, some of the things you talk about.
That's what I said.
We had this big operation. You've come to understand about the largeness of it, the intricacies of it, through a diary that you have. Is that right? Could you hold that diary up so we can get a look at that? And the thing that I found, this is the actual diary. Just hold it up kind of like chest high.
Okay.
There you go. And these are the actual handwritten notes of your husband.
Absolutely.
And they reveal an awful lot. In fact, does the military or those in the intelligence community, do they realize you have a copy of this?
They do now.
You know.
I had
Dude, please tell me this lady didn't get fucking murked.
A phone conversation with General Jim Joy.
How long ago was this?
It was in February of '96. I tried to ask.
Dude, she's got that fucking glint in her eye that I have when I talk about Paul. She knows she's getting into some rascally rabbit shit. Cat Dad, you're locked in on Fed cuckery at this point. Dude, honestly, I think that's my mission. I've been fucking molded by the Fed Forge, And my mission here is to expose these fucking dirty feds. It's not to shy away from it and be all love, namaste. No, no, no. My job is to be a little rascally little rabbit like Kay Griggs. I'm here to fuck shit up. I'm here to fucking drag fittest fed earther out into the fucking mud. I'm gonna beat his ass, metaphorically. Yo, fittest fed earther, if you're ever in Brooklyn and you want to do mutual combat, I'll gladly do it. I've never fought a big dude like you, but I'll try. I don't care. I honestly think that you'll move really slow and dumb. I'm wily. Yeah, she seems happy. I like her.
The colonels, they knew I was on the move trying to find information. And my husband had mentioned...
I need this book.
General Jim Joy.
Yeah, it's hitting the microphone right there. Just
Oh,
go
sorry.
ahead. That's all right.
All right. And I called General. I had to call a General Miller in Jacksonville, who was in my husband's address book, and told him I was looking for Christmas card list, and I needed General Joy's telephone number because one of the colonels whom I trusted, Colonel Ken Millis, lied to me. Captain Phil Holwager lied to me. And
you may not fight. You should have a yoga off. Okay, fine. But I mean, if Tyler wants to do mutual combat, I'll do it. I'll beat him for sure. Source protected. But I will for sure do a yoga off. I won't do a chin up off because he'll beat me in that for sure. I still am not very good at. I can do like one.
so I got this General Jim Joy, who was the one who was in the Operation Just Cause. Was it Just Cause, the one in Panama? He was in charge of all the psychological operations, the booming music that they hit Noriega with, the chasing him around,
The same stuff they did at Waco, too.
Of course.
We'll get to that in a minute.
Yes.
Okay.
That's General Jim Joy, who was behind Waco.
I see.
And General Carl Steiner, the Snake, who tried to steal Desert Storm away from Schwarzkopf.
Okay, so but you were trying to
This lady knows everything.
get some addresses, and they were giving you the complete runaround.
Oh, don't even know him.
Don't even know him.
Don't even know him. And I knew him because my husband told me, that he worked with General Joy and General Steiner. They were the...
Yeah, catch cat dad outside, fittest fed earther. He seems like he has tight ass hamstrings for sure, dude. He's got too much protein powder in his body. These boys, they got to lay off the protein powder.
The triumvirate. But they had different names. They were, in plain clothes. They had different passports. So I got him on the phone. I was given the number by this General Miller. And I said...
So in the movies, when they say they shall disavow any knowledge, that's not...
What was it that made you notice fittest fed earther was paid? Well, I mean, one of the first... Usually my first indications are me trying to talk to people and them ignoring me. But... No, I think... What was it? Well, I feel like I clocked pretty early on that he was doing the same thing as me. He kept doing the face matching thing, but for dumb shit. But honestly, I've always had this feeling about him. He just comes off disingenuous. He comes off like an actor, dude. Like he's got like a script. I feel like he doesn't believe most of the shit that he says. Like he's saying it like he's just reading words off a script, not like he's thinking about something or like actually saying shit that he cares about. You know what I mean? I don't know though. I don't know if there was a specific thing, but definitely through the last 2 years, just like, I mean, honestly, no, you know what it was? Is probably the fact that he's literally pushed on us. He has millions of followers. That was probably the first thing, because his whole, it was, like the flat earth stuff is pushed so heavily. I was like, fittest fed earther, this has to be like a fucking, like, CIA algorithm thing, Like, not that I don't, like, again, I love my flat earthers, but I think that the read is a little bit off. I think that they're kind of literalizing. Like, I think the flat earth stuff is, metaphorical. You know what I mean? It's describing, like, energy systems. And I don't want to get too much into this because I don't want to get all my flat earthers to be upset. But don't be upset. Because I think flat earth is real, but it's just more mystical than, it's like It's an energetic thing. It's like describing like the different dimensions almost. And I think that like the alchemical drawings of it and stuff have really fucked with people's heads to like think that it's literally just like a flat plane or whatever. Anyway, but just seeing how much the flat earth stuff was being pushed on TikTok, I was like, okay, something is happening here that doesn't feel like totally natural. And then like Fittest Fed Earther has like 1 million followers, and you know, it's like we know the type of people who are allowed to have that many followers. I mean, he came out of nowhere. It's like Ian Carroll, dude. Ian Carroll within like 2 weeks. I was friends with Ian Carroll, literally talking with him, like DMing him. The reason I have the Miro board, well, before Miro, I had this app called Obsidian that I was using. I think Bunny's the one who showed me Miro after, because Obsidian is just a desktop thing. It's not like a website, so I couldn't share with people. But I was like talking with Ian Carroll when he had like 10,000 followers, and then like, dude, I swear to God, the next month he had like 400,000 followers, and I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Same thing with Fittest Fed Earther. He came out of nowhere. Like, meanwhile, it's like pulling teeth, you know, for me, for other people like me, but these couple guys who honestly really aren't that charismatic, and their shit is like whatever, you know, for the most part, is weird. So just from the algorithm and stuff like that, I think I was probably sus of him. But then looking into it more and more, and you know, I feel like I did try and talk. I made a couple videos that like piggybacked off of him and stuff, and then eventually I think I just put it, you know, we started seeing that he looks exactly like Tim. We were like, what the fuck is going on here? I mean, it's like anything too. It starts as a joke because he probably pissed me off a little bit with his psychosis inducing, you know, face matching or whatever. And then we started goofing on him. And then when he blocked me, I was like, oh, I think I'm on to, I think this might be for real. Because it all starts as a joke, you know. Haha, you look like Timothy McVeigh. Then they start acting squirrely. You're like, why are you acting squirrely, dude? Why are you blocking me over this? It's a joke. You don't think it's a joke? Why don't you think it's a joke? Oh, because it's real. But anyway. I don't believe in flat Earth, but I do believe in toroidal Earth. Yeah, I think that the flat Earth, it's a mixture, right? There's a physical realm, and then I think the flat Earth is describing like the mystical realm, the spiritual realm, you know? And I think more where it's like the electromagnetic realm, you know, where our spirituality comes from, the ether, where we can speak to archetypical, or you like communicate with archetypical densities higher than us or whatever. I don't know. But it makes sense to me too to take something that, because dude, like the way that all these alchemical texts and the way that like Manly P. Hall, if you're looking at all of these old religions or whatever, all these old secret society shit, like they deal in symbols, and yeah, it's like all symbolism and shit. You're learning to like understand things as like archetypes and like metaphorical shit a lot. And I think that a lot of stuff gets turned literal. And I think even some of that happens with like the bird-headed people, or even maybe even some of the reptilian-headed people. Like maybe some of those people that have like bird heads and shit, maybe the bird stands for wisdom and it's like a shorthand, you know what I mean? Like you didn't have you didn't have like pop culture back then, right? Your pop culture was the animals and the wind and the trees, and fucking each bird had its own type of characteristics that you attributed to it. That kind of shit. So us literalizing everything, you know, I feel like flat Earth is kind of like that flattening or literalizing of something that's more metaphysical and otherworldly, right? And I think flattening it and literalizing it takes away from it, honestly, right? And you know, it makes sense why they would do this. And again, I'm not trying to start a debate here. This is just what I think. You think whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. You live on your 1 pixel flat earth that you walk off the edge of, or eventually get to the end and then you flip to the bottom side. I'm just kidding. Calm down. But you know what I mean? Like, I do think that all these ancient people that left all these ancient clues, they're dealing in like symbolism. And I think that sometimes we kind of take it literal. And that kind of, you know, like, there are so many people, like, I get these comments all the time that are like, oh, I'm not going to listen to you because you're a globetard, which honestly, I'm not anyway. I believe, I think that it's like, I think that it's, we live on a weird plane, simulated plane or whatever that we're all kind of making with observing reality or whatever that, yeah, I do think is probably on a big ball, but I think that everything is way more mystical and spiritual and metaphysical than just that. And I think that that's kind of what Flat Earth is describing. Like, Flat Earth, I fuck with the firmament, all that shit. But that, I think, comes from the electromagnetic toroid that's coming off of the Earth. Know what I'm saying? But anyway, it doesn't really matter. But do you know what I mean, though? Like, if we're literalizing stuff, that makes us have a misunderstanding of our reality. And then, yeah, it's like, it's another way to pit people fighting against each other. Oh, you're a globetard. Oh, you're a flat earther. Like, guys, it's probably just a mix of both. Like everything. It's the third option. Know what I'm saying? But again, always rooting for flat earth. Always want, and honestly, dude, here, let's real quick. What's that one map that shows the North Pole? This one. I feel like the ice wall thing, right? The ice wall thing, I feel like comes... Wait, what's the... Oh, why is everything frozen? How long has it been frozen? Damn, Mushka, you're purring your little ass off. There, we're back. But, never mind. Anyway, let's get off the flat earth. I love flat earth. But, do you know what I mean? I think just like, I think we're supposed to understand a lot of this shit in symbolism. I don't know. Anyway, back to the original homie, K. Griggs.
That's not just a little thing for movies. That's the truth. They just bow knowledge of all these people.
Totally lie.
Yeah. But you nailed him down.
Yes, I said, General Joy, I'm Kay.
Yeah, mud floods were real. Flat Earth is real, sure. Big trees were fucking for sure real. Like, dude, who cut down the fucking Devil's Tower? How do you even cut down a tree that big, right? Who did that? How? Why? Can you imagine? Can you imagine being a fucking cuck? Like, dude, if that was a tree, which, like, let's be real, it was a giant mushroom tree. How old do you think that was? 100,000 years old? Like, and then they fucking cut it down? How? They just shot a laser across it?
Griggs, my husband George Griggs was in the Marine Corps, and he's battered me badly, and we're looking for him because, this has been going on too long, and blah, blah, blah. And I was recording this conversation, you see. I was sitting...
I love this lady.
On my bed with the diary right out in front of me. And he didn't know that I had the diary. He didn't know anything. It was cold call. like they do cold murders after when they graduate from SEAL school. Cold murder.
Wait, the angels had to cut down the trees so the giants wouldn't survive the flood. Why? Because they couldn't climb up them? That's interesting, actually.
I was doing a cold telephone call. And he said, no, I don't believe, and these were his exact words, no, I don't believe I know your husband. This is someone my husband, I have a card that General Joy sent my husband after the murder, of the death of his first wife.
Look up the Mother Russia statue. Oh, is that woman with the huge sword? Yeah, this thing. This is what cut the trees down for sure, bro.
Saying, call me anytime. You know, this man, here I was, traumatized, battered, beaten.
Kay looks super familiar to you?
And he lies to me. So I said, well, General Joy, that's funny, because I'm looking at my husband's diary when he was in Beirut, and you're meeting with him almost every day.
Wait, Cat Dad, did you happen to see the streamer guy Phantom from AMP, the same as Kai Cenat, came out and said that at least one streamer or YouTuber is a spy fed? Everyone is saying it's Mr. Beast or Speed. I think it's that new douche clavicular. I mean, it's definitely Mr. Beast. He for sure is. He's like dude, he's probably a Coney Island baby too. I'd think he's a cloner for sure. Clavicular, he's a fed. I mean, dude, most of them are. Kai is for sure. I mean, he's a Diddy clone. Bro, they're all literal clones. The Island Boys are clones. It makes sense, dude. You just put these little clone kids in to shill capitalism to everyone. They don't really have a spirit. They don't really have a soul. You know? James Charles, dude, he's got to be one of these. He's a cloner for sure. I know Miranda Sings was. I mean, her family's all military. They're all protected, even though she texts with minors. Like, why are all of these YouTubers texting with minors and they're all fucking weird? And, you know, what's up with that?
Said, you know, first, before that, I said, you know, he was the chief of staff for General Al Gray. You know, he's one of Gray's boys. You know,
yeah, Mr. Beast works for the WEF and Mormons.
Staff of Fleet Marine Force Atlantic, runs half the world, all of the Middle East, NATO Defense College. You don't know my husband, you're a general. You live outside of Quantico, don't know my husband. I made it very clear. No, can't say as I do. So then I told him about the diary. And these are all immature adolescent males. These are men who don't know how to deal properly with adults. They lie, they're deceptive. They
Is Adam McIntyre real? Like, is he the guy who used to fight with H3 all the time? Or he probably still does. The Australian kid?
hide behind trees.
But when you nailed him on the diary,
I mean, I don't know. I mean, these people just pop out of nowhere and they have huge followings, and that just doesn't happen organically. So I don't know. I doubt it.
When he realized...
He said, his exact words were, "Oh, that George Griggs." Oh, that George Griggs.
And that's just the beginning of the kind of runaround deception that you found with these people.
Absolutely.
And no doubt that's why they would like very much to...
What do I think of Adam Friedland? I mean, I think that he... I mean, you've heard his family are all Zionists. They're, I think, from South Africa. Like... I don't know. I feel like I mean, he's definitely the least talented of the crew. But I mean, some of his interviews are funny, but he's never going to hold anyone's feet to the fire or do anything of importance, I don't think.
They have this diary. This one page I found particularly interesting. What you and you're probably more familiar with your husband's handwriting. Instead of me reading it, read these notes that he had recorded there. These might go.
Okay, I've got these.
Alrighty.
A number of them.
Yeah, and characters like Woe Vicky and Daniel Bergoli, are they clones, chaos agents? I mean, I honestly, I think that they're victims first. I think Woe Vicky is being like trafficked currently. And Daniel Bergoli, I mean, she's told horror stories about being, I mean, she was fucking being molested as a kid for her whole fucking life. But yeah, you know, I think too then it's like they make these people that, like, if you look at Woe Vicky and Danielle Bergoli, even though I'm rooting for fucking Catch Me Outside, right? I mean, I'm rooting for Woe Vicky too, because I think she's getting fucking, she's like not in a good place. But you know, it's like the kind of like dumbification entertainment. Like, they put these troubled people in front of you who they want you to act like them, you know? They want you to be kind of stupid, and I don't know. Like, Woe Vicky and fucking Catch Me Outside, how about that? Aren't really like, you know, they're never going to put people in front of us who inspire us and do like good things for humanity. It's going to be gossip, tea, fucking being an asshole, kind of like fighting with people, that kind of shit. It's the reality show. It's like making everything a reality show. You know, none of our entertainment is like good for us, really. Yeah, truth isn't pushed and algorithms are given millions of followers by feds.
Marines told me a little bit about Dale Dorman. Dale Dorman's not a happy camper.
Okay.
Dale Dorman, because of some mistakes my husband made, was shot. It's 7:15 to 7:30. Dorman exited Riviera. That was a place, sort of a hiding place or whatever. Gray and tan Mercedes. Up to 5 shots were fired. He raised his left arm. One round penetrated his arm. One struck his chest. Walked back into Riviera to the desk and called Post 1. Security vehicle went to pick him up. Returned to Dorofound, 15 to 18 meters away, and treated. Medvac called 7:50. Medvac wheels down at 08:10 in a H-Bird helicopter, Riviera Hotel, approximately 1/9 of a mile west of the embassy.
Yeah, they want the kids to be like clavicular, fucking bone smashing. Like, they're not, you know, they're never gonna put someone who like tells you that it's important to like breathe deep and like care about people, you know? Like, they're never gonna do that shit. They're gonna be like, okay, here's what you gotta do. You gotta smoke meth starting at 15 so you're skinny. Then you gotta hit your face with a hammer a bunch so you break your bone and make your bones big like fucking ugly Squidward. Then you gotta eat. Then you gotta do nothing but TRT. Go lift 3 weights and do nothing but hormones. Like, they want us like to be degenerates like them. I mean, look at Kai Cenat. Like, the dude is not entertain. None of these people are good for us at all. I mean, dude, then they got like that fucking kid Rakai who literally can't even talk. He's like a big dumb idiot. Like, what's the other guy? The Josh Block. Like, these are the hero. These are our fucking the influencers they put in front of us. Josh Block, the autistic kid that they fucking have turned into a full-blown alcoholic, and then they abuse and torture, chase him around and tell him put the fries in the bag so he has a fucking fit, throws his phone on the ground. Put all these handlers around him to fucking traffic his ass. It's like, it's honestly sick watching it all. The Rizzler.
Dorman has been there since arrival, except, briefly during a period of siege. He was not wearing protection. Saw 3 men in the vehicle. One leaned out back with a shortened rifle or automatic weapon. Sentry at B1 saw and heard nothing. It's just 1 page of the diary.
Sentry saw and heard nothing.
Right.
In other words, the sentry doesn't talk.
Right.
Yeah. And there's just a whole world of these kind of assassinations and murders and directed. In fact, at one point, your husband actually just discussed people being eliminated.
Yeah.
Like shooting ducks.
Yeah. Oh, we had innumerable discussions over dinner. He'd already had his 4 gins. Now, he'll talk to any woman or anybody who drinks with him. He'll talk. This man, what is he doing in security? You know what I'm saying? When he was at NATO, I'll get right back to that. When he was at NATO, and he was the head of special operations. In fact, I've got copies of his secret check in and out papers at NATO. He had them at home. Somehow, you know, I hope I still have those. But anyway, the point is, I could get in and out of the NATO headquarters just walking in, and there were all these shady-looking garbage men, and George would leave his office door wide open at lunchtime. He was flirting with a secretary who was a chief who knew everything. You know, the point is, what lacks security? And I had to say, George, look, you have got to do something about the security here at NATO because I can walk in and out. He said, oh, just forget it. Forget it. Don't do anything. And I'm a very demonstrative person when it comes to security and honor and integrity.
Dude, in 98, you could have just gotten into NATO? Fuck, I wish I knew that.
And your word is your bond. My culture, my father, my people.
Little 10-year-old me would have been fucking cruising through there stealing files.
Believe in, you know, in this nation, in my state, Virginia, my people, my culture, my God. You know, this is important. You don't just treat that kind of thing lightly. So I said to him, if you don't do something, I'm going to Landis Kelso. I was in the Wives Club. She was the head.
And Landis Kelso is the wife
of Admiral Frank Kelso, who's a wonderful man, honorable man, wonderful woman. And I had great rapport with her. I sort of stopped an international incident with the French and the English and the British who were ganging up against the French, and they were over, you know, something that was really minor, but it was huge. And she helped me. I determined that it was a problem, called her up, and she helped me, and we diverted and averted a major thing. So he knew what I would do, and I said, look, if you don't write a report and do something about this, then I'm just going to go to Landis and say what's happening. Point is that the man would, when he was in Beirut, he was sleeping with a spy and double agent Mary Clark Yost Taleb, whose husband was a double agent, an Arab at the American University of Beirut. He leaves his...
Bro, Kay Griggs is not leaving a single drop of tea in the pot.
his briefcase wide open. He was with her for 5 weeks in a hotel. This is a married woman with 2 children, and who followed him all around the United States.
Bro, this is fucking what's her face? Who's that singer who just released that album about David Harbour? Lily Allen. This is her Lily Allen bit. She's like, oh, bet. I'm going to do an 8-hour interview where I literally expose everything about your bitch ass.
Is still seeing him. Met him in London, lived in Virginia Beach, was working in international programs at ODU while he was married.
Would you say your husband is fairly typical of these powerful men?
Oh, absolutely typical. When I was single, working at the Virginia Center for World Trade, 4 of us old friends that I went to school with, Molly Holt and a few others, we would go all together to a place called Poppy's. At that time, he was Captain Jerry Unruh. Now he's Admiral 3 stars Jerry Unruh. This man, again, was married. He was running around with the tailhook crowd. I did not know he was married. I knew he was a Navy captain. I was told by him that he would be taking command of the carrier Saratoga. He followed me everywhere. Even went up to Wintergreen. Now, he sent me pictures, private, separate pictures of the Israeli guys waving to him. He was a tailhook pilot, the airplanes, the jets. And he was a Mustang, but totally immoral. Totally, and knew that he would never get caught. In fact, he was in tailhook. They had a big party down at the beach, and they were doing, I didn't go by that time because I learned that he was married. And the point is that he and this whole group, I've found out about Al Gray,
General Al Gray.
Yeah, yeah.
And that, what is this this consistent thread of the sexual degeneracy and the homosexuality and just the raw, base nature that seems to be so prevalent? Have you ever determined what it is? Why?
Well, it's a way to handle them, to control them.
Years ago, you thought of people like General Eisenhower as an upright man. I don't know.
I know some things about him.
How far back can we go to where you find people that are decent, moral, and upright?
Right.
Where you had real people who defended the Constitution, who had a feeling.
Robert E. Lee was.
They were nationalists and America first. You got to go back a good ways, bro.
Absolutely. You see, growing up in Norfolk, Virginia, my whole family had been naval officers and also working. In other words, they would enter the service during a time of war, of need, and then they go back to being fathers and being husbands. I had a wonderful father, wonderful grandparents, wonderful family who put their family first. Well, they put their God first, Christ, and then their wives and their sons and their children.
Well, that's your first mistake. You got to put Baal first. Duh.
This is the way America was built. Now, these generals in the Marine Corps and Army, they don't look at it that way, according to my husband. They are ordered. My husband, being chief of staff, told his men it was like this. It's the Marine Corps first, the brotherhood, the Cherry Marine, you know, the bonding that goes on. The Marine Corps comes before God, before Jesus Christ.
She said Robert E. Lee. Robert E. Lee was the last good general. That just dawned on me for a second.
Christ, before the country.
Yeah, she a Robert E. Lee stan. I know. I let that roll over me, and I just was like, "Wait, who did she say? Robert E. Lee?"
And then it's the.
That's the dude who lost the South, right?
Whatever the religion they have, I don't know, because my husband is not a Christian. He's an existentialist, and most of these guys are. Certainly Al Gray is.
German existentialism. Is that what she thinks Freemasonry is? Anything German, I gotta run away from. Especially 1800s. Oh my goodness. 1889. That's when this Heidegger was born. Classic.
Krulak, I think is what.
We'll watch something else in a minute.
Goes to church, but
But they're
She misses her slaves, but she is spitting right now. Exactly.
their god is this brotherhood.
The Brotherhood, and it's very German. It's very.
Does it have Masonic leanings?
Oh, absolutely Masonic leanings. In fact, the admiral who was the last admiral whose car my husband bought was very impressed with this Norwegian admiral. They're all Masons now. Not all Masons, but this Brotherhood, Opus Dei, if they're or the mob. I mean,
dude. Okay. I mean, she cooking, bro. She slipped on that fucking Robert E. Lee answer, but she's still cooking.
The one thing I've been able to determine about the current Marine Corps, the Marine Corps that my husband came in with, Gray, Reap, Sheehan, they're all mob.
No, when you say mob, you're talking mafia type
New
mob?
Jersey Mafia, right.
Let's Tony Soprano style. We've been saying. Oh my God. Thank you, Kay Griggs.
Right.
Yeah, no, this is sped up.
And there's a...
Brooklyn, New Jersey.
Okay, is the mob and this military bunch, they're one of the same?
The Marine Corps guys are the hitmen. And they're mercenaries. They'll work for anybody.
I fucking told you.
You think the Marine Corps is under the Navy? No way. They can just...
Oh, yeah. Hegseth is Opus Dei. Wait. Yeah, here. Wait, he's our next victim.
Is it important to know this about our leaders? Because of integrity, standards, continuation of proclaimed religious affiliation, fair treatment, and most importantly, national security issues like blackmail. You can see how easily someone like Pete would be to blackmail and control. In 2018, after everything with his second wife and the allegations, his own mother sent him an email in which she wrote, "You are an abuser of women. That is the ugly truth. And I have no respect for any man that belittles, lies, cheats, sleeps around, and uses women for his own power and ego. You are that man and have been for years. And as your mother, it pains me and embarrasses me. On behalf of all the women, and I know it's many, that you have abused in some way, I say, get some help and take an honest look at yourself." During his Secretary of Defense confirmation hearing, she recanted these statements. Pete Hegseth served at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, as a platoon leader in the U.S. Army National Guard from 2004 to 2005. His unit's mission was guarding detainees at the U.S. detention center, in which advanced interrogation techniques, torture, and human rights abuses regularly take place. Guantanamo Bay is internationally notorious for holding prisoners indefinitely, often for years or decades, without being charged or tried in civilian courts. The facility was deliberately placed outside of U.S. sovereign territory to limit constitutional protections and oversight, a strategy that was later partially overturned by the Supreme Court but was never fully remitted.
Self-flagellator Pete Hegseth. Yeah, that's Opus Dei. That's all I know about Opus Dei from fucking Angels and Demons, right? They sit in front of the fire and flail themselves with their little corded flail or whatever.
Now, for some reason, Pete's wife, Jennifer Ratchet, a civilian, feels the need to follow her husband, our Secretary of Defense, to his meetings, to his confidential national security meetings and trips.
With the Department of War?
She has been seen taking notes and snapping pictures during them. Reports indicate that she has attended high-level Pentagon and NATO meetings. A woman that has absolutely zero qualifications or reason to be there. Pete has violated national security protocols by using unapproved apps for military communications, as well as having communications with unauthorized non-military personnel. He had a group chat with his wife, his brother, and his personal lawyer in which he shared private national security information. Allegations of on-the-job drinking have surfaced from multiple periods of Pete's career. Why is it important to know this about our leaders? Because of integrity, standards. In November 2025, Lisa Noel Volding posted a string of audio recordings of alleged trafficking survivor William Sasha Riley. In these recordings, Sasha describes being sexually trafficked as a child from as early as he can remember to about the age of 13. He specifically names Jim Jordan, Andy Biggs, and Donald Trump as some of his abusers. He discusses other children being there and being abused as well, with some children being murdered in front of him. There are depictions of torture, abuse, snuff films, child pornography, and tactics being used on children that were very, very similar to the ones used in the CIA's MKUltra experiments. He says that he will swear to all of this under oath, and he's been saying this for years.
Pete needs his lot lizard nearby at all times.
I understand that this can be a lot to take in, but accounts similar to Sasha's have been described for decades and been ignored. And keep in mind, our government is hiding the Epstein files and happened for years, and the DOJ just announced that no court has the authority to enforce the Epstein Files Transparency Act, so recognize the State of the Union. Obviously, this person and his words could be fictitious, but I think that at this point in time, we need to believe the survivors and then prove them wrong, because they're lying to us about the Epstein files, and every single politician is guilty until proven innocent in my eyes. This is a government-wide cover-up, and mind you, they're covering up these same things that Sasha is talking about. Ritualistic torture, trafficking, murder, and sexual abuse of children. Sasha claims his father, William or Bill Riley, worked for the trafficking rings, but specifically Epstein. And there is in fact a William Riley in Epstein's contact books and in his emails. Virginia Jeffrey also named him and said that he worked as a fixer for Epstein and that he reached out to threaten her not to speak out about the trafficking. So that part checks out. Now let's discuss Jim Jordan and Andy Biggs. Besides looking like two demons, they are both pro-Israel and funded by AIPAC. Jim Jordan was a wrestling coach at Ohio State University from 1987 to 1994. The team's doctor, Dr. Strauss, sexually abused over 200 young men between 1979 and 1998. OSU was aware of the abuse in 1970.
And remember, Les Wexner has wings of OSU named after him. The Wexner Library or some shit.
99.
Or Wexner Hall, I forget.
And they let it continue for 2 decades. Multiple wrestlers told Jim Jordan what was going on and that they were being sexually assaulted. And Jim Jordan literally said, "You know what he does," in response to one of the students. The lawsuits are still ongoing. Oh, by the way, Les Wexner was on the board of trustees at Ohio State University from 1988 to 1997, and again from 2005 to 2012. And in 2007, Jeffrey Epstein made a donation of $2.5 million to the school, combined with another $2.5 million from Wexner's charitable fund, and this was used to build the Les Wexner Football Complex at OSU. TPUSA features a profile on Jim Jordan, highlighting his background as a wrestling champion. No mention of the part where he let young men get raped, though. Jordan has led congressional delegations to Israel on trips organized by AIPAC-affiliated American Israel Education Foundation, including a trip in 2025. So now Andy Biggs. In 2005, Arizona lawmakers voted on a bill requiring sex offenders convicted in other states to register when they moved to Arizona. This bill passed 55-3. Andy Biggs voted no. He has also voted no on many other bills designed to help child trafficking survivors, and he voted no for the initial release of the Epstein files. He also introduced a bill to give $17.5 billion to Israel in military and diplomatic aid in 2024. As of 2026, Andy Biggs has announced his plans to run for governor of Arizona. By the way, he's endorsed by TPUSA as well, who created a political action committee specifically for helping elect Andy Biggs as governor of Arizona. Sasha Riley alleges that Andy Biggs violently beat, tortured, and raped him, and that guy might become governor of Arizona.
This is Ginger Theory. She's awesome.
In November of 2025,
Here, let's cruise through the rest of my links real quick. Oh, gosh dang it.
Connection between an Epstein survivor and an allegation against Trump in the new files, and it's all because of this photo. So a few years ago, Epstein's estate paid a settlement to a woman who accused him of sexual assault. It's a really disturbing story. When she was 13, her mom put an ad in the paper for her babysitting services and got a call from a man named Jeff who said he and his wife needed a babysitter for the night. So she ended up going to his home in the gated Hilton Head community, only to discover he has no wife and no kids in the home. But he plied her with drugs and alcohol and then forced her to perform oral sex on him. She said this happened on multiple occasions, and he basically sexually assaulted her in every single way, and she didn't want to tell anyone because she didn't want to mess up her mom's babysitting business or get in trouble. Well, new documents related to her case were released in the last file drop, and this is where Trump comes in. The woman told FBI agents that years later she saw this pic of Epstein and saved it on her phone because it takes her right back to that era. Before she would show the FBI the picture, she asked if she could crop out the other person in the photo with Epstein because she had met him too and was afraid of retaliation. And of course, we all recognize who the other person in the photo was. But this is where it gets really, really crazy, because if we comb through the allegations against Trump in the files, we find this one from a woman with a history in South Carolina that says blank reported an unidentified female friend who was forced to perform oral sex on President Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey. She was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred, and the friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing oral sex. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting President Trump. The friend said she was also abused by Epstein. So a lot of the biographical details align here. Obviously, South Carolina, the fact that the Washington office conducted this interview, because the picture interview we just went through was done by the Washington field office, the ages being 13 to 14 and also being abused by Epstein. And that allegation against Trump has been taken so seriously that it was even included in an FBI PowerPoint about the Epstein investigation. See, it's the first allegation on the prominent names list under Trump. It's just crazy to me. It seems like there's no end to the awful.
Bro, and they say there's no evidence. There's no evidence of wrongdoing.
Revelations that we keep finding in these files. News Girls has been bringing you daily videos about the awful things we're finding in here, and we're not going to stop until every bit of truth is exposed. Be sure to follow to stay in the loop.
Fuck yeah, dude. Oh, here we go.
Oh, fuck Pam Bondi. You want me to jerk the wheel? Fuck Pam Bondi. Fuck, I wake up every day.
You want me to jerk the wheel?
My eyes open, I look at my life, and I go, fuck Pam Bondi.
You know what I had to do this morning?
Her.
You know what I had to do this morning? I had to Google, what is an attorney general? Because I was like, surely it's not Pam Bondi. Yes, it is Pam Bondi.
The Department of Justice. The people interested in justice.
The attorney for the government.
Crazy.
For the United States.
Yeah.
Pamela Joanne Elizabeth Bondi.
Yeah.
Go.
Fuck her. Fuck her. I fucking hate her. I fucking hate her. What a fucking criminal. What a violent criminal. I'm going to remember
blonde
that.
Bitch.
I don't want to get into it, but I've been thinking about this a lot. People I'm related to, friends, colleagues, fans, all of you who have been complicit or voted for this shit, I will never forget about it until the day I die. You will never be off the hook. It is not a...
Don't worry. It's the other side would have done it too, just a little bit slower.
Footnote about you. It is a huge flashing sign over your face for the rest of your life.
And even when she dies, I will be resurrected from the grave posthumously, and I won't still not forget about it. Pamela Joanne,
fuck her. Like, fuck her. Sorry.
She had the idea.
She's our guest today, so I don't know.
Yeah, Pam, but she's in the parking lot.
Pam, get in here.
She's in the parking lot right now. She's zhuzhing her hair and fishing the dildo out of her pussy.
You know how I bet she gets transported? It's a hearse, and they carry out a casket, and it's like Pam and True Blood.
Dude, that was pretty funny. Why does this keep happening, bro? Oh, my hard drives are still connected. Maybe that's why. Bloop. Bing. Bong. Hard drives are off. Okay.
Harvard, because Harvard is the crucible where pedophilic world leaders are forged.
True.
Like Rory Gilmore, I dreamed my whole life
1 second, 10-1, BRB.
of going to Harvard. Not because I knew anything about it, just because it was supposed to be the best and I wanted to be the best. And I got in. And I went there for my freshman year and then I left because I found Harvard to be, frankly, dark-sided. There's no better word for it. My first inkling that something was deeply wrong at Harvard came the first weekend of school when I went to a party at the Harvard Crimson, which is the student newspaper. And someone put a whole bunch of roofies in the punch being served, and like 20 girls had to go to the hospital and get their stomachs pumped and almost died. And what horrified me the most wasn't actually that this like mass attempt of SA had occurred. It was the way people talked about it the week after. Which was like, it was funny. Like, it was a joke. Like, haha, those Harvard Crimson boys are such pranksters. And I guarantee you, those boys that put those roofies in that punch are now the most powerful people in corporate media worldwide. They are executives and on the boards of newsrooms, TV stations, newspapers, the FCC. They run the media. Those are the people that run the global media. And they knew they were being groomed for that then. And they knew that they were untouchable and they could mass drug dozens of girls with date rape drugs and nothing would happen to them. And nothing did. A few months after that, I was going out to lunch with a friend of mine from my dorm and some of her friends. And one of those girls, we went to pick her up for lunch and she shared kind of casually that she thought she had been date raped the night before. She had woken up in the bed of someone she did not know and had no memory of how she got there or what had happened to her, but she was pretty sure that she had been SA'd. Although we didn't call it that back then. She just said, I think he had sex with me. And as we were getting ready to go to lunch, and this girl I barely knew's dorm room, she was talking about like running through the mistakes she had made the night before, up to the part that she could remember, and how, I shouldn't have had that extra drink, and I shouldn't have gone to that second party, blaming herself for what had happened, and no one else was like pushing back on that, and it didn't occur to me to push back on that. These were upperclassmen also, and I was a freshman, and I was taking mental notes about like, oh God, okay, these are the things that I have to do to not get raped. And I remember asking her if she was going to like report it or go to the doctor or the police, and she was like, no, there's no point. No one will it doesn't get investigated. And then they talked about some girl who had like tried to accuse a boy of rape like the semester before, and like she had gotten suspended. And just like side note, this was the year Mark Zuckerberg, 2003, 2004, created Facebook and created a database of like hot girls for people to like.
Are there any good people in there, or is everyone cucked? In where? Politics? I don't know. Maybe there's 1%. The majority, cucks. Honestly, I agree with Ginger Theory. They're all guilty until proven innocent.
Okay, we didn't know it was that. We just thought it was like, oh, look, you can like look up the names of your friends from class and see what they said their favorite food is. So then sometime in the winter, it was very, very cold, I got invited to a finals club party. And finals clubs are the secret societies at Harvard. And I knew they existed. People talked about them. And obviously I had seen the 90s Skull and Bones movie about the secret societies at Yale. And I wanted to go purely from like an investigative journalist standpoint. Like I had that, beat at the time, and I had to go see what it was like. I was given a dress code to attend. I had to wear a short skirt and heels, even though it was like -20 with wind chill in Boston at the time. So I remember walking through these freezing my butt off, walking to this club, and you're in the middle of Cambridge where there's just this extreme dichotomy of like so much homelessness, so much poverty, but then also this like extremely wealthy, powerful school. We get up to this unmarked brownstone, knock on the door. There's literally a bouncer, like a middle-aged gigantic bouncer who like looks us up and down to see if we are like hot enough and then lets us in. And then inside it's like something out of The Great Gatsby. It's like crystal chandeliers and ottoman rugs. And this is a millions and millions and millions of dollar brownstone mansion playhouse for these rich boys. And there's staff who are all black men wearing bow ties. And it was just the creepiest feeling. And then I saw people like that I recognized from class, and then I was learning that like, oh, those dudes belong to this finals club. Like, they don't really go to the same college as me. Like, this is their real college experience. They had a bar, just an open bar with like the most fancy, ridiculous liquors and wine you can imagine, and you just go up and order whatever you want for free. I didn't stay very long because all the girls there were being treated completely as like objects for the men's entertainment. I was getting grabbed, I was being touched, people were dancing with me forcibly against my will. Like, I was not enjoying myself. So I went, I had a look, and I wanted to go, but they had taken our coats at the door and I could not find my coat. So I started, wandering through the hallways and up the stairs and going away from the main party, and literally like past a room where there was like an orgy happening. And I was like, I'm 17. I hadn't even turned 18 yet. I was like, I'm way too young for this. I was so traumatized. Finally, I found the coat room and I got my coat and I got out of there and I went home. But by this point, my opinion of my fellow classmates, and this was not all of them, I met some really lovely people at Harvard, most of them not white people. Most of the white people that I met at Harvard, it was like something was missing behind their eyes.
Clonery.
I had never been around rich people before. I was upper middle class in the perspective of a very small town in rural Illinois. I had never been around actually rich people before, and their conversations seemed soulless to me, and they seemed to lack any ethics whatsoever, and like a common human feeling was missing there. I got very, very depressed. I listened to Pink Floyd's The Wall nonstop all the time. This is the only thing that seemed to capture like the sort of evil feeling I was feeling about the world being there. I started making plans to transfer because I was gonna die if I stayed at Harvard. And
10-minute warning.
Spent every single weekend at the Cleveland Institute of Music, where I had two guy friends from high school. And I would go and stay in their room every single weekend. And they were nice boys, and they never did anything bad to me because they were decent, nice boys. And I hung out with them every single weekend. I never wanted to be at Harvard. But once my plans to transfer were finalized, I kind of let my guard down, and I was like, Harvard can't hurt me anymore. Let me try to be a little more social. And there was this guy I had known all year from tutoring. We would take the bus to inner city schools and read books to kids. And he was always really funny on the bus. And he invited me over one day in the middle of the afternoon to play video games. And I was like, okay, that seems harmless. And I was physically a lot bigger. He was a tiny guy, and I felt like I could physically overpower him. So I was like, okay, this feels safe. I go over there, we're playing video games. I drink a single beer. Halfway through drinking that beer, I go outside to smoke a cigarette. Very bad. Come back and finish the beer. And then all of a sudden, these other dudes start showing up to his dorm, and they're all huge. Turns out he lives on the same floor as the Harvard football team, and they're all his best friends. And all of a sudden, there's 5 football players in the room with me. And then I start to realize I can't feel my legs, and I feel like I can't move, and I'm super, super sleepy, and I just want to close my eyes and take a nap. And I might have done that, except then one of those football players puts his hand on my leg and just leaves it there. And that's when I realized, oh shit, I went out and smoked a cigarette. I fucked up. I've been roofied, and now it's my turn to get gang raped by the Harvard football team. So I just summoned up all my gumption in the world, and somehow I was like, I gotta pee. And I stumbled out of there, and I'm stumbling through the dorm like it's a labyrinth. I can't figure out how to get out. And I run into a girl I know from class, and I was like, please, you gotta help me get home. And then blackout. I don't remember what happened from there. I don't remember getting out of the dorm. I don't remember getting on the shuttle home. I don't remember getting back home, but I did wake up the next day in my bed with no memories after running into that girl. And that next morning I had 12 voicemails from that guy being like, come back to the party. Where'd you go? What happened? I tried calling him the next day to confront him about what happened, but he never took my call again. But did I report him? No. I've been told there was no purpose to it, right? And it was 2 weeks away from the end of the school year. I just wanted to leave Harvard behind and forget any of this had ever happened. And I'm sure he and those other football players are all hedge fund managers and CEOs and some of the richest and most powerful men in the world today. And I wish I could remember the guy's name, but I can't. I wanted to forget it so bad. I did. I forgot his fucking name. I remember his weaselly little face, but I have no memory of what his name was. So anyways, fuck.
It's probably fucking JD Vance.
Harvard. Fuck
he
these
didn't go to Harvard.
institutions. Fuck their respectability. They're crucibles for rapists and pedophiles. And the most powerful people on earth are the scum of the fucking earth, and we need to take back our power from them.
A fucking man, dude. Duty to warn. This is about the Opus Dei shit?
Hi, my name is Frank Schaefer. And may I tell you what Project 2025 really is? Now, I just had my 72nd birthday. But years ago, when I was a young man, in
Damn, bro, looking pretty good.
Teens, in my
sorry you didn't make the cutoff and you're gonna die, but Ray's rules. It's Ray's world. We're just living in it.
20s, as the nepotistic sidekick to my evangelist father, Francis Schaefer, I met all the people who, 50 years later, can be seen to have laid the foundation for Project 2025, for the takeover of the Republican Party, for the manipulation of Donald Trump should he be reelected, with a program that has its roots in the Roman Catholic Middle Ages.
Ooh.
Let me explain my introduction to this project. Back in the day, my dad had a ministry in Switzerland called L'Abri Fellowship. And one of
Switzerland mentioned. Tell me more. Tell me more about these Knights Templar cucks.
the people who would visit us on a quite regular basis because he had a chalet on the other side of the mountain.
The entire state of Indiana gives off weird cloner vibes to you. I know, dude. Indiana's so weird. It's the flattest place in the world. Isn't the speed limit there 90? Because they're like, get the fuck out of here as fast as you can. Don't turn back. And there's literally, every road is just perfectly straight because there's no hills whatsoever. Isn't the speed limit in Indiana crazy?
Was the founder of the National Review magazine, the ultra-conservative William F. Buckley. Now, Bill Buckley would come over and have tea with Dad, and as Dad's nepotistic sidekick, I would sit in on their conversations, throw in my 2 cents worth once in a while, and we would be talking about the fact that Bill believed that somehow our...
What does he mean, nepotistic sidekick? Is that a role in Freemason families? Opus Dei families?
country was taken over by a liberal elite, and they needed to be pushed back in some way. He founded a magazine to do some of that pushing back. And Bill was an intellectual. He was a terrific interviewer. He had his program Firing Line, and he talked to all sorts of people. Unlike today's religious right that only talk to themselves, he would reach out and talk to people he even disagreed with. But when he would come talk to us, he and my dad saw eye to eye on issues like abortion, on the rising power of the feminist movement. They were both conservatives. They believed that this secular humanist direction of our culture was going to be bad for us. In the best...
Hell yeah, Gug. I will not accept Indiana slander. It's underrated and quaint. All right, we're walking it back. You gotta, yeah, keep us humble. You're right. No Indiana slander here. Florida, though, on the other hand, fuck Florida. Am I right, boys?
Bill Buckley would have been living in a Roman Catholic...
Now Ray's gonna get mad.
...dominated world where there was...
Yeah, the speed limit is 80 in Indiana, though.
No contraceptives. There was no abortion. There was no sexual promiscuity, as he called it, which was sex before marriage, et cetera, et cetera. But he was an old-fashioned...
He's like, sex before marriage with a woman is sexual promiscuity. Fucking your son, normal.
Conservative. An educated man would have despised, loathed, vomited at the sight of Donald Trump, had a keen nose for con artists, and would have had nothing to do with him. At about the same time, there was a breakaway bishop in the Roman Catholic Church.
I am just kidding, though. Every place in America is fucking beautiful. We got a beautiful fucking place to live that we stole, and we don't take care of it very good. We could do a lot better. But yeah, dude, there's cool places everywhere. I just gotta talk shit. I just gotta talk my shit, you know?
Who became
famous. Just kidding. Indiana's for sure beautiful. Gary, Indiana? You ever been there? I'm kidding.
Famous that some of you may have heard of and a lot of you have not heard of.
Actually, you probably don't know if you've ever been to Gary, but you've definitely smelled if you've been in Gary.
By the name of Archbishop Lefebvre. Archbishop Lefebvre and my dad saw eye to eye, though Archbishop Lefebvre was a Roman Catholic and my father was a Reformed Calvinist Protestant, on the fact that we should not depart from what they called the Christian tradition. So, for instance, Lefebvre got in trouble with the Vatican because back in the 1960s and 70s, he railed against Vatican II, the conference that, quote unquote, modernized the Roman Catholic Church and put the Latin Mass into English. Boy, why is Frank Schaeffer diving into the weeds like this? Because I'm giving you a little bit of a history lesson that unfortunately even our, quote, prestige press seems to be ignorant of.
1 minute.
So when Dad and Lefebvre talked, they talked about the modernization of the Roman Catholic Church and how bad this was. And Dad and Lefebvre would draw comparisons with what happened to evangelical Protestants when liberal mainline denominations took over institutions like Princeton University and replaced the fundamentalists who had been in those schools, people like Machen and other theologians who were thrown out in the 1920s, and were replaced by liberal mainline, mainstream evangelicals, and then liberal Protestants. Okay. Now, what does this have to do with anything? Well, fast forward to the 1970s when Dad and I were making an anti-abortion project with C. Everett Koop, who became Ronald Reagan Surgeon General, called Whatever Happened to the Human Race. And I had a meeting with Archbishop Fulton Sheen of New York, who at that time had a very popular television program. And I remember meeting with the bishop 3 times in his apartment on Park Avenue, by the way, a very nicely appointed apartment, as bishops tend to have. And he told me, you and your dad, Francis, are like the cavalry coming over the hill to rescue our movement. And by our movement, he meant conservative Roman Catholics standing up for what they regard as the ancient tradition. No abortion, no contraceptives, no sex before marriage, anti-gay, no homosexual marriage, no tolerance of any deviance from the Roman Catholic vision of a theocratic state.
Happy 9/11! Here, let's listen to the bop. I haven't listened to it for a few days. Happy 9/11, oh happy 9/11, happy, 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 happy 9/11. Hold on, it's opening. Give it a sec. If I told you Timothy Black Death, I'm gonna get you the vocals soon. Promise. Fuck the FBI, bitch. What the fuck, dude? Nothing is working anymore. Hold on. Just me doing a cappella. Why does OBS keeps fucking cucking me, bro? Alright, here we go. Ready? Let's try this again. If I told you Timothy was Paul, would you tell me I'm broke up, boys? Smoking toast. Fuck the FBI.
Wizards of propaganda, and that's word to all the charred corpses at Waco, Texas. Before I was even questioned, you already got your answer. I was charged for having a voice like a payphone message. It's all respect, but a great loss of love till it's bounty on your head. Paper towel to stop the blood, might as well arrest Congress too. It's all fucked, they don't respect the Constitution. They look for loopholes and chop it up. If you want something deviled, you gotta break a couple of eggs. I'ma see how much chaos I can fit inside this truck bed till it's 168 dead, 19 kids who truly lives. I'm the baby held by the dead mother at Ruby Ridge. I'm losing it, and the proofs and the hallucinogens. Follow the white rabbit now, let loose from the loony bin. Don't listen to the news again, it's all a lottery like karma coming for anyone trying to give truth a spin.
Who is Tim?
Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim?
Yeah,
bitch?
I gotta get on it because we gotta release this music video.
Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim? Who is Tim? Ooh. Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Timmy? Who is Timmy? Who is Timmy McVeigh?
Yo, everything was so much simpler back in the day before the internet came and started having its way, before these pesky ass hooligan kids tweeting and twitting exposed the whole plot of us FBI bitches. Ooh. If you only knew what I was capable of, the lives I've destroyed and the buildings I've turned to dust, you'd call me God or the devil or maybe Yahweh. You can call me any name you want except Timmy McVeigh.
Who is Paul, bitch? Who is Paul, bitch?
You can't call me Timmy McVeigh.
Who is Paul, bitch? Who is
Paul.
Stop saying that.
If I told you Timothy was Paul.
He's not. Don't listen to him. It's not true. Paul is not Timothy. Stop saying that.
All right, boys. How the World Works by Bo would be perfect. Yeah, I don't think I can play. I could probably play like a TikTok clip of it though. Although I think it'll be treated as if it's Whitest Kids You Know and get my shit fucking taken down. Let's give it a go. In every history class is demonstrably false. Oh my god, it's doing it again, dude. What the fuck? Did you hear the end of the song? When did it close off? Beep boop beep boop. Maybe it was just opening GarageBand that caused it. Alright, there we go. Keep making me do a cappella songs. It's frozen again! What the fuck is going on?
The simple narrative taught in every history class is demonstrably false and pedagogically classist. Don't you know the world is built with blood and genocide and exploitation? The global network of capital essentially functions to separate the worker from the means of production, and the FBI killed Martin Luther King. Private property's inherently theft, and neoliberal fascists are destroying the left, and every politician, every cop on the street protects the interests of the pedophilic corporate elite. That is how the world works. That is how the world works. Genocide, the natives say you got to it first. That's how it works. That's pretty intense.
Dude, Inside was so good.
The simple narrative taught in it.
Inside was incredible. Dude, where the fuck is Bo? Honestly, I kind of believe... Like, did you ever see that video of... or the... When Bo was doing, like, the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards or whatever? He was, like, 17 or 16, and Katy Perry was, like, being super creepy with him. It was so fucking weird. I wonder if Bo saw some shit, you know? Is that why he ran away? Is that why he has his anxiety attacks? Bo was such a comedy genius. Don't talk like he's dead, bro. He could come, dude, Inside came out of nowhere. He could literally drop Inside 2 tomorrow. Except it wouldn't be Inside 2. He would do something even doper. Yeah. All of Inside is so fucking good. The music's so good.
Right back into the Middle Ages, pre-Reformation.
Anyway, all right, back to Opus Dei. No more fun. Back to homework.
Pre-Enlightenment, pre-science, superstition all the way down. Now, Fulton Sheen introduced me to some people from an outfit called the Knights of Columbus, some of who were members of an organization called Opus Dei. Now, by the time you get to Opus Dei, you are talking about the deep-seated...
Ooh, outside next. Yeah, I want outside.
Fascistic.
Where do you think... What is Bo doing? Has he been spotted anywhere?
Intolerant wing of the Roman Catholic Church. Stuff that sounds like it's out of a novel, but it's for real. What are their roots in modern Europe? Modern Europe. Francisco fascists in Spain. Francisco fascists, as opposed to, say, German fascists, that followed in the footsteps of the dictatorship of Spain and Portugal, pushing back against what they regarded as modernism. And this organization was founded, it's a shadowy secret organization, to help push forward a fascistic Roman Catholic centralized agenda that would both crush freedom and democracy and at the same time give a place of precedence to so-called religious liberty, but just for one religion. Staunch Roman Catholic traditionalists.
Ew.
In the line of Archbishop Lefebvre, Bill Buckley, Fulton Sheen. And so Opus Dei became this organization in Europe and in the United States of people in high places, in government and other places, that genuinely, and I know this sounds weird, in an age of conspiracy theories where there are very few conspiracies for real, but this actually was a conspiracy to put people in high...
Brother, what are you talking? You're talking about the grandest conspiracy of all time, and you don't think other conspiracies are real? What the fuck are you talking about?
Places.
You don't think they're chemtrailing us? People who are literally saying, "Oh yeah, we're gonna coup the world for religion,"
and to influence the democratic process, and if possible, someday take it over in the name of the church. Exactly the same program that the inquisitors of the Spanish Inquisition that were torturing Protestants and Jews and others would have been familiar with back in the day. No stretch at all. Now, back in the 1970s and 80s, there were a couple influential people like Richard John Newhouse, who started First Things magazine. He was a Lutheran pastor who converted to the Roman Catholic Church. Fast forward, much as J.D. Vance has converted. And why Richard converted, and I knew him pretty well. In fact, when he started First Things, he asked me to write a couple of articles for them, which I did.
Dude, that would honestly be great if Bo did a fucking On the Island. Bo trapped on Epstein Island. Yeah, he was dating Phoebe Bridgers after his divorce. I remember that. But then I feel like after those sightings, I haven't seen anything of him. Are you saying Bo Burnham's single? Yeah, fucking dude. Now is your time to shine.
And I brought him some other authors. For instance, I brought him a lot of people who published with Regnery Gateway, which was the hard right fundamentalist version of Catholicism in those days, the kind of thing that produced eventually Amy Coney Barrett, who grew up reading books published by Regnery Gateway, etc. And I remember that his program was to also, quote, bring the church back. So they had two enemies. The modern Vatican, as they saw it, they wanted the Mass in Latin. They wanted everything kept the same. No women in the priesthood, not even girls serving at the altar, nothing. The priest facing the altar, not the people. All of those traditions reestablished. But they also had a right-wing project to not only save America from democracy, I just said that, save America from democracy and replace it with theocracy and what they regarded as the law of God. But their program went a step further, and that was that they should undermine and overthrow the government as it existed. And why did all these threads come together? Because my dad wrote a book called A Christian Manifesto that sold 1 million copies. And the mainstream press paid no attention to it because back pre-Trump, they could care less about all those people in the middle, the unwashed mob who believed in literal Jesus and all this stuff, paid no attention. But it sowed the seeds of a movement which eventually became the Heritage Foundation and the Federalist Society that came out of what Lefebvre was doing, Bill Buckley, Fulton Sheen, Newhouse, me, my dad, and others. Fast forward to the present, Project 2025. You thought I'd never get to that. Where does Project 2025 come from? It comes from this background. Who did the leaders of Project 2025 work with, and what association do they belong to? Opus Dei. What is the mission of Opus Dei today? The same thing it was in Francisco Fascist Spain in the 1930s and 40s. What is their vision for America? Well, it was laid out in a book called Unhumans, in which liberals and evangelicals who don't toe the line on the hard right, say evangelicals who don't vote for Trump, and everyone except conservative Roman Catholics and evangelicals tuned in to having heroes like Lefebvre, if they've read enough, or Fulton Sheen, or Newhouse, and for more modern versions of these people, Opus Dei, who have put in place people like Amy Coney Barrett, who basically, her kind, were groomed for 50 years by the Federalist Society people I knew back in the 70s and 80s who started these organizations, Heritage Foundation, but they'd kind of given up on changing our culture. They'd given up on their program. They expected Hillary Clinton to be elected. They saw that we had a first black president that went against everything they believed in. They were despairing. And then comes Trump. Now, a lot of the people in Opus Dei, and back in the day, people like Richard John Newhouse, were educated people who loathed low-life con artists like Trump, self-evident liars, self-serving, money-grubbing people selling rotten steaks at overinflated prices, stupid television shows.
Trump ass steaks, am I right?
Real estate con games, tax cheating, tax evasion, not paying their workers, one bullshit artist thing after another, multiple marriages, affairs.
I'll try and we can listen to Goodbye as our goodbye song tonight. And then I'll get copyright striked, but I'll just clip it out.
Flying around on Jeffrey Epstein's plane, accused of rape of a 13-year-old girl, brags about grabbing women by, I'm sorry, I'm going to say what he said, the pussy, and getting a...
Wait, I would also do anything to get access. If someone could hack Bo Burnham's phone, don't dig through his shit. I just want you to give me all of his voice memos of like song snippets and things he's working on for since Inside, so the last 5 years. That's all. I'm not asking for much. Don't go digging in his photos, don't go through his emails. I just need you to send me his voice memos of his song snippets that he's making, right?
Away with it. They
would just want a sneak peek.
Had nothing to do with him. And eventually, when he was running for office, a lot of these same types of people, although my old friend Bill Buckley was dead by that time, as was Richard John Newhouse, would have vomited at the prospect of the MAGA movement following this cult leader and con artist. And they would have put it down to bad education and stupidity. They would have been much harsher in their words about Trump than Hillary Clinton ever was.
That's definitely a possibility. Sorry, I missed that before. That's too good.
To the present when he's running again for president against Kamala Harris. Now, all of a sudden, the Opus Dei people running the Federalist and Heritage Foundations jump into line saying, look, he is such a dumbass, getting $350,000 for promoting a Bible, selling sneakers, portraits of him as a superhero. He's an idiot. They know that. They say that in private. All these people would go, if you ask them what they thought about Donald Trump. But he can be manipulated because the very fact he has no program except his
useful idiot,
his own self-gratification and con artist, petty criminality, the fact that he can be completely manipulated as he was by Ralph Reed in his first presidency when Ralph said to him, look, if I'll give you a list from the Federalist Society, if you make them judges, I'll bring you evangelical votes from the pro-life movement, even though you're not a pro-lifer, even though you probably are the father of many children who were aborted by your mistresses and porn stars and the rest. We'll pretend that didn't happen.
And their babies' heads were cut off and thrown in Lake Michigan.
We'll say God has a prophecy about you and we'll make you president.
Mom, there's literally a document from the DOJ that says that Donald Trump, this is a witness affidavit, Donald Trump raped a 16-year-old or 14-year-old or something. Then she got pregnant. She had a baby. When she had the baby, then her dad took it from her and they sacrificed it on a boat and cut its head off and threw it and the body into Lake Michigan. And it was Trump's baby and Trump was there. And Trump also had a yacht that was in Lake Michigan at the same time. So, just saying, this stuff is coming from the government. So it's not fully in everyone's head, you know? It might be real. And I need you to start spreading that amongst your friends, okay? All your work people. I need you to do nothing but talk about the Epstein files. Okay? There's plenty more where that came from.
Now, in the second term, Trump has a much higher stakes bid. He's trying to stay out of prison. He's trying to stay a step ahead of the law. And the Supreme Court he put in place, the majority, which has people like Amy Coney Barrett and other Opus Dei types on it, has given him a rubber stamp free pass saying anything you do as an official action, you can get away with, something that no other president has ever had. Richard Nixon would still be president today I know he's dead, but he still would be if that had been in place during that time. By the way, President Ford was a friend of my family. My mother and dad always used to stay in his White House. My mom would go swimming in Betty Ford's pool. Mike Ford, their son, lived in my house for a year. Gail Ford, Mike's wife, babysit my daughter, Jessica. We were part of the mix back in the 70s and 80s. We knew all these people well. I have a folder this thick of handwritten notes from various Republican presidents to me and my dad, thanking us for working on their behalf. Blah, 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 blah. But I know what the fuck I'm talking about. So listen to me. The Opus Dei connection with Project 2025 means this. Should Trump become president?
Oh, yeah. I mean, some of the files, I've seen some stuff that's like all capitalized and spelled right and stuff, and I'm like, what the fuck's up with that? I've seen some that have like emails with 3 F's in Jeffrey, I mean. So I'm like, why would, but maybe that could be fucked up from the transferring, but I mean, we know that they've done some AI stuff. I'm convinced, I'm almost positive that video, the supposed Bannon video is AI. I don't know why, but yeah, I do think that they have some stuff for sure that's doctored or like AI generated or like false leads or whatever, but not to this massive scale. Like I honestly, I feel like most of what I've seen is real. There have definitely been some things that are being passed off as coming from the DOJ release that aren't. There's definitely some documents but honestly, the amount of documents that I've seen that I've been sus of is less than 5 out of all of them I've seen so far. Or it's all AI misspelling. Well, I think that the equal sign shit and all those kind of weird things, I think those are from like massive like copy pasting, like pulling all of that data on a Microsoft computer always has errors and shit like that. I used to have to do shit like that for like transferring like Excel sheets to like Google Docs or whatever. And stuff like that always happens. So as soon as I saw that, that's immediately what I thought too. And then there's a couple people who've explained it as it being like an error type bug kind of thing, moving it from Microsoft computers. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely some stuff in there. I mean, they're also, I think that there's a ton more documents. Like, this is just some of it, but I don't think that AI made all of these documents. It's such a vast network of people, and none of these people are denying that they said any of this shit. Like, so it's lining up with their characters, right? I think the simplest explanation is just that these things are real. I mean, you know, it's just like they're doing what they did with Diddy, right? Epstein is supposed to represent all of the trafficking. He's the only one. They know this is all too big kind of to work around. So I do think that they're basically like giving up a bunch of people. It's the night of long knives, just like socially, and like, I mean, there's no justice that's gonna come from this, you know. But I think that this is kind of like a clearinghouse, and it gives you a bunch of people to point the finger at, and then look at all of the people that are being protected by it still. There's millions of documents that we haven't seen. There's literal co-conspirators who are being redacted off of this shit to protect them. You know? But yeah, I mean, I think it's just they're just doing what they did to Diddy. They're like, okay, well, we solved the problem. Don't look at Peter Thiel. He had nothing to do with this. Right? That's exactly where this is going. They got all these fucking horse dick idiot losers like Lindsey Graham, and I mean, half of them are about to die anyway. Mitch McConnell, Trump's about to die. Like, they don't give a fuck. They're sacrificing Trump, dude, because he has a year left. He is not doing good, bro. He lost all of his zhuzh, his spice. It's all gone. He hasn't had an opportunity to drink child blood from the neck, from a beheaded baby, in like a few years. All eyes have been on him. And honestly, in his twilight years, he says, I'm thinking about cleaning up my act.
Again, and be kept out of jail by conservative, right-wing, 1930s-style fascist Roman...
Yeah, they're inventing Jeffrey as a scapegoat for other crimes. I mean, that no matter what, that's kind of true. Like, even if he's not just an AI-generated person, which some people believe, I don't. I think the easiest, simplest explanation is that these people are just doing kind of... not that it's like a total script, but these people are programmed to be selfish. They're programmed to go out and network to create child trafficking rings. And, you know, they're hedonistic. They use people, you know, so this is just kind of what they're bound to do. It's like Westworld. They're like, everybody's kind of defined by 10,000 lines of code. So they're selecting for these assholes that you know, will do this stuff. And then when they become not useful anymore, they're sacrificed, metaphorically or literally or whatever. Jeffrey Epstein had too much heat on him. They had to retire that character. So they take him out, and then all of the people that... I mean, dude, it's been 10 years almost since Jeffrey Epstein died. So, you know, and all of his crimes were 20 years before that. Like, they've pushed this off as far as they could. This was always the plan. It's like they have 20 of these guys at least, if not hundreds of these people, right? And they go, one of you is bound to fuck up or go way too hard and get caught. And then when that happens, like Diddy, we're gonna wrap you up, okay? But it's all gonna be fucking for show. You know it's all a game. And then once we have you in prison, we'll put you in Club Fed. We'll get you a dog. You'll have a golf course. And then we'll let you have fucking weekend release, you know? Like, it's... yeah, I don't know. But yeah, the simplest to me is just like, you know, Jeffrey's one of the 100 guys who does this, and now he got caught. He's no longer useful. Damn, he should have been a little bit, you know, more... he should have been a little less brazen. But you know what? He started Bitcoin. He had some fucking pluck, dude. He started Bitcoin. He started the AI revolution. He started fucking... he did massive child trafficking. Like, what the fuck didn't this guy touch? He's a fucking hero to Opus Dei, to the Freemasons. So they retire him. They put him on some back end work. He's just fucking working on artificial intelligence with some nerds. They feed him fucking kids that his other trafficking buddies are sending his way. Like, the emails were real, and you know what? Tough titties on all of those CEOs. They, like, I think they look at it like, we let you have 30-year run where you got to do whatever. We're going to look out for you on the back end, but you got to take the fucking fall for this so the rest of us can keep going. That's the trade-off. I think that's kind of like what the unwritten law of this is. But I don't know. Kris Jenner looks like Jizz Lane. I mean, Kris Jenner's got to be one of these fucking cloners too. It's got to be all of them, dude.
Catholics.
Yeah, he's working on his eugenic shit. Like Epstein, I forgot. Yeah, that too. Epstein's pushing ahead the Lebensborn cloning shit. Like, what the fuck isn't Epstein involved in? He probably literally did all these hits. Like, it seems like he was like a shot caller, but he's one piece of it. There's hundreds of these guys, I think. He's just the dude who had like the East Coast elites. Then you've got the West Coast ones. You got the Democrat ones. Like, they have different players that are, you know, like, I don't know, Democrat cucks aren't going to necessarily operate in the same way as the Republican cucks or whatever, you know, or these guys got specialties. I'm sure there's some people that are mostly doing arts and stuff. There's some people that are just invested in or like doing education stuff. You know? Like Philip Jennings in The Americans, he always had a bunch of marks that he would basically compromise them somehow. He'd study them, learn about them, compromise them, get them to start spying for him, giving him what he wants, and he'd have to juggle all these different people, right? So you got to kind of be like a chameleon, and you got to get their trust, you know? So Jeffrey Epstein is one type of these guys that gets the trust and attention of a specific type of person who's going to, you know, spy for them or whatever. But then the other people who have the different personalities and stuff that need different kind of fucking, you know, like that aren't going to fuck kids, then they've got different handlers for that. But at the end of the day, one of these guys is going to have to take the fall for it so the whole thing doesn't collapse. That's probably where all this fucking goy, you know, everybody thinking they're fucking more special than other people comes into play. Because they're like, they get away with doing it in their heads and rationalize it by being like, oh, I'm better than them. They're actually not people. They're cattle. You know? I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about.
What this is, he will reciprocate by undermining the entire federal bureaucracy and replacing it with people who agree with the kind of people who run Opus Dei. They will no longer be federal employees in any sense. They will be on a witch hunt for everyone who disagrees with them. Think about it. Social Security, Medicare, all these things would run by fascist right wings, people who could have literally been working for Francisco in Spain, in the fascist government there, but they'll be here. Gay rights, finished. Gay rights, finished. Gay rights, finished. Want to hang a trans or gay person off a bridge? You might well get a pardon from the kind of people they will put in the judiciary. You think I'm kidding?
Gilead shit. Excuse me, did you hear that? Sorry.
Check out the history of Spain under Franco. Contraceptives, in part of their program, openly in their program now, they list contraceptives as, in quotes, harder to overturn than Roe. It will be our hardest project, Project 2025 says, anticipating the pushback. But we managed to overturn Roe, so take hope we're going to push this over as well. Contraceptives are under threat from Project 2025. Don't believe me? Just wait. Cast your mind back. If I had told you 10 years ago that if someone like Trump came along enthralled to people like my old friend Franklin Graham, I knew his father well, Billy Graham the evangelist, and that he would paint a target on the back of the 10 Republican people in Congress who voted against Trump in the impeachment hearing and call them traitors, singling them out for God knows what retribution if Trump is reelected this time around. Remember, he's been given carte blanche to do anything to anyone as long as it's an official act. You wouldn't have believed me, but you would have believed me even less if I had told you that Roe v. Wade would be rolled back.
This guy has Trump derangement syndrome.
50 years of precedent would be overturned. And that women who are raped in Texas have to bear the child. And women who are dying because of ectopic pregnancies in the wrong state will die unless they can get to a state that does abortions, because they will be quibbled with by layers of anti-woman, fascistic, misogynistic, motherfucking bureaucracy that is un-American. It's straight out of Franco's Spain. That's what they will do. The tax system will be revised to help their friends like Elon Musk and fuck all the rest of us. They did it once. It's the only thing Trump achieved was legislation to make himself richer. And that's all they will do next time. Trump will not be calling the shots. The people who keep him out of jail in Project 2025 will be calling the shots. I was there when the groundwork for all this was laid. I know how merciless these people are. I know they are also liars and just as mercenary con artists as Trump.
True.
How did all these people in these non-profit foundations wind up with multi-million dollars?
But the Dow is over 50. The Dow is over 50,000. It's going Super Saiyan right now.
Mansions and private jets.
The Dow, why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? Juice Pickle, I heard you were a pretty good stock trader. The Dow is over 50,000.
Why did their precursors in things like the 700 Club that I was on 7 times back in the day when I was an evangelical right-wing activist with Pat Robertson, how did he wind up as a billionaire owning a big majority interest in a diamond mine in South Africa? You sent him your $25 to keep America Christian.
Yeah, Opus Dei working with Deep State and FBI is what they're distracting us from. I mean, that's the whole thing, right? They want everyone to think that all of this shit is like one-off stuff. They don't want us to put together that all of this craziness that's always happening, bro, is literally a group, a coordinated group effort. And it's how they trick us into being scared and sad and thinking that we're crazy and that we hurt people when really they're doing it. But yeah, Opus Dei working with Deep State, FBI is what they're distracting from. The whole Epstein thing and genocide in Middle East, military, Navy, Boeing, Marine Corps, etc. are all Opus Dei. Yeah, I'm sure the top echelons of the Mormons are Opus Dei, you know, like the mafia people are Opus Dei. It's like how it's how the octopus works. Of course this Dow is up. Stonks are the pedos puppet arena. Yeah, as are Freemason and even Groyper factions. Different factions, but working together under common cause of fascism and white suprema pizza. Yeah, agreed.
What you got for the money was a college, a hotel complex, a television spread, and a billionaire in return. Jerry Falwell, the evangelist, lent me his private jet to fly around America when I was barnstorming it in the 80s. And when I was the keynote speaker at the Southern Baptist Convention, I talked to 23,000 pastors and I laid out our agenda. It's the same agenda that is now being prosecuted. But I'm going to conclude with this. In those days, we were the outsiders. Oh, we thought we were lucky if one of the presidents would even meet with us for a minute. Access to power. But we hadn't put a president in the office and kept him out of jail, and he owed us literally his life. We hadn't loaded the entire Supreme Court and federal judiciary with clones of Amy.
Yeah, the Scientologists are probably Opus Dei, right? I mean, it's all of... How are they coordinated with Jehovah's Witness? Is Jehovah's Witness just like a mercenary group? I mean, like Pete Hegseth, yeah, Opus Dei. Doesn't he literally have a tattoo that says Opus Dei, or what does it say? Is it a symbol?
Tony Barrett, hot out of Roman Catholic and evangelical right-wing fascistic Christian nationalist backgrounds, who have been groomed since law school to do this. You vote for Donald Trump. And
not even, no, probably before, bro.
Put him back in office, and you were voting for Opus Dei in Project 2025. I know what I'm talking about.
I bet the evangelicals, right? They're Opus Dei. I mean, it's the octopus, bro. They're the octopus.
My name is Frank Schaefer.
My name is Frank Schaefer. Oh, we just received a new Nancy Guthrie ransom.
The search for Nancy Guthrie.
Bro. Harvey Levin, you are looking tired. This pedophile is looking exhausted. What are they doing to this poor pedophile? Let him rest. This boy's sweating. What's he sweating about? He's friends with Jeffrey Epstein. He's got to be.
Guthrie has gone international. We have learned the FBI has told federal...
Yeah, Jehovah's Witness work with gang stalking task forces, very real, targeted people, Mormons too. Yeah, is Jehovah's Witness is its own religion, right? And they're kind of fanatical? Or are they like a social club? Like, can you be Mormon and Jehovah's Witness? No, right? But I'm convinced they all do work in tandem.
Mexican law enforcement to tell various police agencies to be on the lookout for Nancy and...
Dude, is everyone on steroids? Literally everyone? This vein looks like it's about to plop.
her kidnapper. Now, our law enforcement sources are telling us that it is possible, they believe, that Nancy was taken across the border, but they doubt if she is across the border that it happened directly after the kidnapping. We're told that because we know now that the FBI checked cameras, Border Patrol cameras, and also other various electronic devices. We are asked not to be...
Opus Dei is just like the parent mob cult of all the old Greek life secret society factions run out of universities. Gotcha. That makes sense, yeah. They believe they will be the last people on Earth in the end times or some shit. Yeah. Masons, Mormons, Opus Cucks, for sure. Oh, they're the ones saying that they're the 144,000? Is that all there are of Jehovah's Witness? Why are they always walking around asking people if they want to be Jehovah's Witness then? Don't they just want to be special? Keep it hush-hush? Yeah, it's how corporations have parent corporations. Exactly. And then even then, I bet that there's still little factions that are always above the next one, and it's like slightly more rich, psychotic people that are controlling different secret groups like this that are all dispersing information to their lower groups to do action to us.
Specific about that, and they have come up dry. There is nothing showing any movement across the border where they suspect Nancy Guthrie was in that car. Now, that said, we're told that she could have been taken at some point after the kidnapping, a day or so later or 2 days later. They just don't know, and obviously there is a way to get across the border undetected.
Dude, how can Palantir not figure out where this old fucking lady went? Truly, what the fuck? There's a camera. Did a car drive off? There's a million cameras in that neighborhood. Everybody has a Ring camera. Everybody's so weird and has a fucking Ring camera. No, I get it, I guess. But they do be spying on everyone. But they're like, yeah, we don't know. We got this video with the guy going, oh, bloop blop, don't look at me. But nothing else. No video of Nancy, where they went, what car they got in. Nothing. We can't figure it out. But we need money, please. Come on. Budget's up. Budget. Money, please.
But right now, they have put the word out, and so far, no luck. There is
all the traffic light cams, bro. I run a fucking red light. I get 6 pictures sent to me, right? In color, demanding $105. You're telling me they can't find fucking Nancy Guthrie's wide load? What do you guys do? You can't find Nancy Guthrie. You can't be bothered to look into the Epstein files and make arrests. You know? Like, what are we doing? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Cat Dad. But full week and a half went by before they changed their story and claimed there was suddenly ring cam footage. Exactly. I know. That's such bullshit. My ex's mom was a Jehovah's Witness and she was high up in the adoption agency. Oh no, they're part of the adoption shit. See, that's the thing too. There's these different factions and they all specialize in something, right? Some are doing adoption shit with weird children. Then some are the satanic, ritualistic families that do all the magic for the, Baal or whatever. Like, they're all specialized little compartmentalizations of this massive structure to fucking eat us all alive and destroy our spirituality. Because I think our spirituality is just like our spirit. It's our spark. They want to dull that, if not steal it from us, and just basically turn us into drones that they can Yeah, use as cattle. Goyim. Oh, brother. Oh, my brother. Jesus. Sometimes it's too much, you know?
Something else. TMZ obtained another ransom note today. This is a highly sophisticated demand involving a form of crypto, not Bitcoin. Now, it is demanding roughly the same amount as the demand letter we received, shortly after the kidnapping, the $6 million demand. It's not exactly that, but it's close to that. The demand graphically describes the consequences if the demand is not met.
I don't get why can't I just read the letter?
Also involves the media, saying that the media essentially becomes a go-between, a trigger, if you will, for getting this ransom money. We have been asked not to be specific about any of that beyond what we've just said. We have
Bro, how do they not? They don't have, FBI doesn't have a fucking, like, dude, how are they getting these messages to fucking TMZ? Were they fucking walking a letter there? Are they sending it via email? Are they texting it to their hotline? Is it an email? Okay, from what? Gmail? Okay, ask Google for the fucking thing. They stole a person, right? Like, what are we doing here? Bro, you literally, they're talking about figuring out how to put fucking bike, or like giving people tickets for bikes. For like running red lights and shit. I'll never stop running red lights. They can do all this, but they can't find Nancy Guthrie, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Forwarded this on to the FBI, and they are looking into it. The email that we received...
Yeah, Harvey's in the files.
...today does not have the same crypto account as the crypto account in that first ransom letter that we received. A couple of other things. We told you yesterday that the FBI went around to various gun stores in the Tucson area with a list of names, trying to see if anybody on that list bought a gun at any of these shops. We were told, and we told you this yesterday, that the list was created by the people who had purchased a holster similar to the one that the kidnapper was wearing. The FBI had gone to Walmart and other retailers, created this.
So they got information about where they bought something. So someone recognized them. So they got video of it. What? So they looked at their license plate in the parking lot. Like, all this, they can't figure out who the fuck did this. Shut up. This is some Clinton ass shit. I'm going to write a meaningless text file and delete it. So I'm going to go now. See you then. What? He did delete it. Oh no, it's still up there. Never mind.
List. We are told that this did not bear fruit. That's
what Bunny wrote in Japanese.
Far it turned up nothing. That there was no match here of somebody buying a gun and buying that holster, at least from that list. A couple of other things. The FBI team. There is a team that is working on just finding people who have bought items similar to the ones the kidnapper is wearing. They actually have a team contacting Walmart and other retailers, and their focus is finding matches, people who have bought more than one of these items, a backpack, a jacket, a holster, or anything else. Again, we are told...
This also feels like... Dude, Harvey is looking so tired, right? He's broke down. What is this man going through right now? What is he sweating so much for? Is this what steroids do to your body?
That so far, they do not have any real leads on that. So the bottom line, and this is a quote from a law enforcement source, we are shaking the trees looking for clues. So they are doing everything they can. There's one other thing that I was asked to mention, and that is something I know to be true. The FBI is really serious that anybody who is trying to get money from the Guthrie family with a phony demand letter is going to spend, as it was put to me, a long, long time in federal prison.
Dude, what do you think? What if we did it? I think the feds would ignore us if we did it, honestly. I do think so. They don't want this heat. They don't want this smoke. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Calm down, feds. I would never. Paul would be like, oh, don't, nope, that one, leave it be. Throw that one away. Don't mention it.
The FBI does not mess around with things like
That'd be
that.
so funny, though.
And they are laser focused to find both.
Yeah, the FBI is really serious. That dude, the FBI is fake. Black Death, is the FBI real? Absolutely AI generated, right? If anything's AI generated, it's the FBI. Harvey's part of the system. I think the same people who framed Luigi and using Nancy to stop Savannah from reporting on the JE files. Honestly, I kind of think it's all just bullshit and set up. Like, her husband has such close ties to the Clintons, and there's some Clinton fuckery going on with all these people involved, and it's definitely a giant distraction because everyone's on the same page about it. Every news station, everyone picked this up right away, as if anyone would ever fucking care about Savannah Guthrie or her mother. You know? I think it's totally fabricated. I think it's too... I don't know how the Clintons are using this, but her husband is literally like the Clintons' fixer, one of them. This is too suspicious around them testifying in front of Congress or whatever, and, you know, even the Sasha Riley stuff, like, the Sasha Riley tape, Sasha Riley's 100% telling the truth, right? But we said this before. I think Lisa Voldang is operating for the Clintons because her whole thing is making Epstein's ring be Trump's ring. So then you hear that, and then what if the Clintons go into their deposition that they don't have to do publicly and on TV, they're doing it taped, and they go, which, I mean, they lost the moon landing footage. Do we think we're ever going to see that Clinton deposition? No fucking shot. I would be flabbergasted if we saw it. What the fuck's the point of taping it? We're never going to see it. But, fuck, what was I talking about? I was on a roll about something. Uh-oh. Lisa Voldang. Oh. But, yeah, so what if the Clintons come into their little fucking hearing and they go, you know what is crazy? I heard this wasn't Epstein's ring. I heard it was Trump's ring. You know? And then, that kind of shit. But Lisa Voldang's whole thing was, putting the heat on Trump. And to me, that is, also a way of pulling away heat from the Clintons. You know, it's House of Cards level thinking. It's dropping, you know, insider information anonymously, like that kind of shit. It's like chess. I don't know. But, so I kind of think Nancy Guthrie is somehow, I mean, look at the amount of distraction it is. The news is literally not talking about these DOJ files being released. That's crazy. It's literally insane. Literally insane. The whole fucking... I mean, didn't the Savannah Guthrie story break like the day before the DOJ released all these files? Right? I'm yelling myself hoarse. Jesus. Oh my God, it's already past 10. What the fuck?
The kidnapper and people who are exploiting the Guthrie family.
I just want to see what Minutes of Horror was talking about with this Jeffrey Epstein shit.
Let's go ahead and talk about this.
Some new mask photos have emerged and they're genuinely disturbing. So you'll remember on Epstein Island, Epstein had this one really bizarre room that was covered from floor to ceiling with these masks. In the center of the room, there appeared to be a dental chair, and these masks were covering almost every wall and surface. As you can see, they were just staring at the center of the room. Now, we've never really received an answer as to what these masks are, who they represented, why they were there. But the obvious explanation and the cover-up explanation, I would assume, would be that these were an art piece or an art installation. Do I believe that to be true? No, I think that these served a different purpose. They made the victims feel like they were being watched at all times. And it was a subliminal message. We're watching you at every moment you're here. Epstein had an obsession with faces and eyeballs, and they were always staring at the people in the room. But that's a subject for another day. So then we have to check out these other faces seen in another property. As you can see, they are different. These faces are different colors. They appear to be different versions of the same person. And yet, in the same manner, they are all staring forward at the person in the center of the room. And there are many, many faces. To me, they almost look like they could have been created by the same artist, but we don't know that for a fact. That is just me making a guess or assumption. But these faces were not found in the property of Jeffrey Epstein. Now, this is where the twist comes in. In fact, these faces were found in the home of current United States Navy Secretary John Phelan. And John was hand-selected by Donald Trump to lead the United States Navy, even though he has had zero prior military experience in his life. Now, John and his wife, before John became the head of the U.S. Navy, which is a crazy sentence, they were known as extremely wealthy individuals and collectors of art. Very well known in the art collecting scene.
That video came from a great channel called The Paranormal Files. And what is up with these masks? Now, of course, it came out that Phelan was indeed on Jeffrey's plane a couple times.
Nice.
But these masks definitely are creepy. And I have a theory there may even be tiny cameras inside of them. But here's another interesting photo which shows Leslie Groff, who is Jeffrey's right-hand executive assistant, and her parents. And you can look directly behind them and you can see another mask. Leslie Groff's stepfather right here, Randy Wright, is mentioned a few times in the files, and not just that, her parents have an entire love letter dedicated to them back in 1987.
John Phelan's friends with Andy Biggs? Classic.
By the Texas legislator for whatever reason.
Oh my, Charlie's teaching Nancy how to play Dance Dance Revolution underground somewhere as we speak. Lucky.
These people, and
dude, I always wanted to try the Dance Dance Revolution with the bar thing at the arcade, but I would never ever do that when I was a kid, to like dance around in public. Yeah, right. As a little fat kid, no way. I kind of want to get one now. Should I buy it arcade style DDR thing? How much are those? They got to be like what, $100? So probably like $12,000. That's probably low, honestly. How much is an arcade system? That would be cool to have an arcade machine. I would never get one, but I think my uncle used to have a couple of them. It's kind of badass. I would get like time. What's that one? Time band or time? What's the one with the gun, and you can slow down time? Time Cop? I forget. That was a cool arcade game.
you can even call them people, are demons, and the mask just adds a little extra layer of sinister. But moving on, apparently the government, they are sending...
Dude, you killed DDR as a fat kid? I respect that. I always looked at... I was always like, I wish I would be like a fat kid who was like... not scared to run around, move his body.
out census takers, and they are asking some very bizarre...
That's not true. I played like sports and stuff, but I would never like dance or anything like that, ever.
And invasive questions.
Even as a game.
Just a heads up that the government is running a test census for the 2030 census, and they are asking you some very invasive questions. A census lady came to my house on Saturday, and I'm still uncomfortable about it. From what I talked to the lady about and what I found on Google, they're not doing this everywhere. It's just specific locations because this is a test census, not the real census. Just like the normal census, you're going to get envelopes in your...
The truffle shuffle. Dude, every time I'd have to go and do swimming for gym, that's what everyone would say. Truffle shuffle. Kids are awful,
your mailbox
dude.
saying that you need to fill it out. If you ignore it long enough, they will come to your house and they will ask you the questions in person. I did the census. I worked for the census in 2020. So when she came to my house, showed me the badge, had all the stuff, I was like, okay, this is legit. I don't feel like someone's trying to rob me, but it was intense. She was a really nice lady, don't get me wrong. When I did it in 2020, it was literally just how many people live here and how old are they? Like it was very short.
Dude, I gotta go play it at a beach arcade. Shirtless, let's go, dude.
This one, I'm not exaggerating, she was here for at least 15 minutes. It was not small talk. The whole 15 minutes was asking me questions. So if they come to your house, say you want to do it on the phone, and then just don't ever do it on the phone. Otherwise, they'll come in and they'll ask to come.
The other thing, too, that I've been thinking about the Epstein files is I think that they are willfully hiding that little boys. Truly. I think that they're leaving that out. I bet that a lot of those files might have other people. Like, because I think that does make most people fucking matter for some reason, you know? Because they fucking hate women or something. I'm not sure why. Or maybe I just think that. But I bet that there's like... Because I think Jeffrey Epstein was like... He didn't care. He was like one of those... I think he was in a relationship with Les Wexner. I think he just like taking power from people or something. I'm not sure.
Come in and ask you all these questions. I said yes because I thought it was just the ones that I knew. I did not know it was this involved. There were different sections, so it started off with what I knew and then it kept going, and then I was like, why are you still in my house?
Pics of JFK Jr. keep popping up. Well, guess what? This is the Kennedy that you have now. Fuck JFK Jr. Here's RFK Jr. This is not gay or stupid. It's awesome. And like I said, not gay. And Kid Rock is not about to take his shirt off and whip RFK Jr. in the ass before they cut. Watch, watch, watch. He's literally gonna hit his ass. They cut it. This has to be... There's no way this is Kid Rock. This has to be a fucking stock riff. Like, dude, I'm telling you, is RFK Jr. literally sending messages directly to me with getting into a fucking cold plunge with jeans on? Is this just for us? I see you, RFK Jr. Respect. Like, if he goes and lays on the couch now and takes a nap, like, it's truly a message to us. I mean, he gets close. He walks through Kid Rock's house soaking wet in jeans. What an idiot. Literally, dude, I'm telling you, literally everyone is on steroids. Everyone's on steroids, bro. This is gross. This old ass man shouldn't look like this. This makes me feel weird. The denim plunge. Dude. He keeps swimming in jeans. I'm gonna fucking destroy him. Dude, look at how small his head looks. So amazing. All right.
So there were ones like, how many rooms are in your house? How many of those rooms are bedrooms? Do you share a septic? Do you have Wi-Fi? What kind of Wi-Fi is it? Do you have a laptop? Do you have an iPad? I'm not exaggerating. Like, things just kept going. How much is the value of your house? What are your property taxes? How much interest are you paying? Do you have a mortgage? How much is your mortgage?
This is like that Putin on horseback pic. Hold on. He's so funny. Dude, he fucks that horse, bro. Tell me he doesn't fuck this horse. Hilarious. Love it.
There was a work one. This was the one that blew my mind. Self-employed, I work from home. So mine wasn't as crazy because I didn't have to answer a lot of them. But she's asking me how much money I make before taxes. I'm not telling the government that. Are you kidding? My husband goes to work. He works somewhere. So this one was the wild one. What does your husband do for work? That wasn't that weird. What are his main duties? That was kind of weird, I guess. I don't know. What does he drive to work? How far away is work? What time does he leave for work? How many hours does he work a week? Does he work every day? That's where I was like, are you robbing me? What is going on? Then there was a health one for both of us. Can either of you not see? Are you having trouble hearing? Do you have trouble getting up the steps? Do you have any?
Yeah, beautiful horse. Doesn't Vladimir Putin know that? You mean his wife?
Heart problems, like pass, no, get out of my house. They can't make you answer these questions. You can say no, you can say I don't know, you can say pass, you can say leave. They cannot make you answer these questions. You can just say no. They'll push.
Bro, RFK versus Putin MMA brought to you by Turning Point USA. That sounds like an incredible head-to-head. I would love that. Oh, man. Dude, they gotta start... This is what we should do. Celebrity death match. Okay? All the pedophiles gotta fight each other to the death. Celebrity death match style. We'll give them cartoonish weapons, right? Make it hilarious. We'll Hunger Games their shit. Squid Games them. And then we'll make all of them fight. All million pedophiles of them. They all have to fight one-on-one in bracket style. And then one of them gets to win. And then that one still gets tortured and doesn't get to be with us. But, you know, at least all the pedophiles are gone now.
And they will likely come back until they get all the answers. But if you keep saying no, they can only come back so many times. So beware, if they come to your house, probably say, not interested, goodbye. Just wanted to warn you.
Going on the census.gov website, it says that this operational test 2030. It just sounds like the census is going hand in hand with the UN's 2030 agenda, and I would not answer any of their questions and make myself a target.
Happened at a funeral home in Penrose, Colorado, where over 190 bodies were actually just thrown out and discarded, and their families, when they were told they were cremated, were actually just given bags of concrete powder that had been crushed up. So it was called the Back to Nature Funeral Home, and these bodies were not even refrigerated. They were left in a basement and put in refrigerators just like this, except the refrigerator was not plugged in. The smell was so bad, people were able to smell it from the road. The husband-wife team...
I heard about this place.
The husband, John, was just sentenced to the rest of his life in prison. He got 30 years for one charge and over 20 years for another charge. And at his age, he'll be in prison for the rest of his life. His wife's sentencing is going to happen later this year.
How do you think that happens? You just get overwhelmed one day? It's like a hoarder, you know, where they're just like, yeah, one day I just didn't want to get up and throw away my fucking 64-ounce Slurpee. So I just started keeping them all. And they were like, yeah, I just got exhausted one day and I couldn't be bothered to just put their bodies in the oven. Didn't have the fuel. Why? He's like, I like the smell. Oh, the sound cut out. Why are you doing this to me, OBS? You're such a cuck sometimes.
Year, they made roughly $1 million. If you take the average cost of a cremation, somewhere between $3,000 and $6,000, average that out $4,500 a person. They made about $1 million doing this scam. Nearly 200 bodies. Could you imagine, like, the amount of trauma that would have? Like, your loved one, your kids, your parents, your spouse died, to know that they were just being left rotting in a basement, and they were just—I don't know what their in-game plan was. This, they were just stacking bodies in this basement. And I guess they had like some kind of landfill situation where they dug out an area in their property and they're going to just start burying the bodies. But I guess it got reported because the smell was so awful that people knew that there's something weird had to be going on. That's how it was called in. If any of our viewers are from Penrose, Colorado, or had to drive through that area, can you let us know, like, if you all smelt it, if you all thought something weird was going on? Was there like rumors in the town before this happened?
But here's the thing, there were well over 190 bodies. You see, not all the families received closure because not all the family received the bodies of their loved ones, because a lot of the bodies have been sold to buyers on the black market for multiple reasons. I think you can think of one of them. Now, there are some very good funeral homes out there, but there is also the love of money that takes over, and bodies, a whole body is worth a lot.
Bro, why can't I want to be put in the ground like what's his name? What was his name? Peter in 6 Feet Under. Wrap me in a sheet, put me under a big nice fucking tree, and let the mushrooms take over. I want my consciousness to go back into the earth, bro. Don't keep me in metal. Look. Keep me in a dumbass metal box. Fuck you. Put me back in my home where I came from. The earth. The ground.
Lot on the black market. A lot of these greedy individuals will not let that money just go to waste by burning it up at a crematory. They'll go ahead and sell it, and those that are pending sale will just go ahead and sit there and rot. Matter of fact, to this day, this is still happening. Here is another disturbing story involving another funeral home just a few days ago.
Now to a disturbing discovery in Westchester County. 13 decomposing bodies and 17 boxes of cremated remains allegedly found inside an unlicensed funeral home.
The state shut down the business and pulled the funeral home director's license. But even after all of that, authorities say the operator of the Camelot Funeral Home in Mount Vernon continued to hold funeral services.
Eyewitness News reporter Marcus Solis shows us how investigators uncovered this and what the funeral director now faces.
That's not fair. You don't do that to people. We don't do that to people.
More than 2 months later, the grieving process has begun anew for Aloma, Washington. Her 74-year-old mother, Estella Washington, died November 25th. Memorial services were held as planned at Camelot Funeral Home in Mount Vernon. Washington was supposed to be cremated a few days.
Yeah. The gravedigger guy wasn't lying about the caskets with no bodies. Exactly.
Days later, but the family was never given.
Yeah, send them all to the island, and the last one can come back, but we carve a big SA in their forehead.
In the remains.
He said, I know you're taking this hard, so if you're not ready to bring her home yet, I understand.
I'm surprised Eternally Bumpin' doesn't have a solution. a final solution for these pedophiles.
He said, Mom will be safe here with me.
He is owner Michael Naughton, who's charged with operating the funeral home without a license. The state health department says an inspection last week revealed deplorable conditions. 13 decomposing bodies in various rooms. 2 were stacked on top of each other in the garage, and 17 boxes of cremated remains were found in the basement. What investigators did not locate, a single death certificate for any individual, including Estella Washington, whose body was among those inside.
Bro, they're fucking these bodies. What's going on?
Someone was going to go pick my mom up or whatever, like a month or so ago, right? So what if we would have went to pick her up, and what was he going to tell us? Or what was he going to give us?
Naughton's license was revoked in 2019. Camelot shut down in 2021. Reopened, then was closed again last May. But the Attorney General's office says the facility conducted over 20 funerals since August. Aloma Washington says there was never any indication something was wrong.
He never let on that there was anything going on. And now my mom died in November. He lost his license in May. So just think about like what was in the bottom of that basement or whatever, and all the way in November. You're still taking bodies and you know you shouldn't be?
Naughton is due back in court later this month. In the meantime, any impacted family that has not yet spoken with law enforcement is asked to contact the Attorney General's office. In Mount Vernon, Marcus Solis, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
Crazy stuff going. With all this crazy stuff going on in our world, there's actually some controversy over a baby product. The baby product in reference is Frida Baby. Frida Baby is rumored to have some really weird things on their boxes of products. So,
all right, boys, I think I gotta wrap it here. We got to have a little bit of fun. Night, night. Adios, amigos. Y'all ready to breathe in? Dude, why is everything pausing? This shit is gonna be the death of me. Can you just let us end the stream in peace? In and out. Yes, we can prank call pedophiles. Honestly, you can prank call anyone. I don't like people. You can call people. It's okay. You can call the FBI. You can call fucking Paul. You can do whatever. It's when they say stop. I mean, honestly, if the FBI told me to... Oh my god, it stopped again. If the FBI told me to stop calling, I would not listen to them. If Paul was like, you're scaring me, stop reaching out to me, I'd be like, you're a bitch. I'm going to tell everyone about this, but okay, I'll stop reaching out. But you are a bitch. Just know that. But the FBI was like, stop calling here. I'd be like, no. And then I'd call the next day. And speaking of, I'm going to call tomorrow. We're going to get them, boys. I'm going to ask them about their friend, Special Agent Timothy McVeigh. Okay. Stop fooling around. Alright, beloved travelers of the luminous thread, let the chat quiet. Let the screens dim. Let the little mortal concerns of the day fall like dust from your cloak. Take a slow inhale. Good night, Paul. And imagine that above you, far beyond the ceiling, beyond the clouds, beyond the atmosphere, there is a vast, shimmering web. Not a web of trap and terror, but a web of light. A web strung between stars. The great spider, ancient as the first vibration, older than language, older than gods, sits at the center. She is not hurried. She is not afraid. She does not force. She weaves. Every thought you've ever had, a filament. Every breath you've ever taken, a silver strand. Every heartbeat, every breakthrough, thread, thread, thread. Inhale slowly. Now. And feel the subtle tug of the web beneath you, because you are not separate from it. You are not stuck in it. You are a node of it. A luminous intersection where countless strands meet. When you refine yourself, when you breathe through the fire, when you choose coherence over chaos, the web hums. When you steady your nervous system, the web stabilizes. When you soften into love, the web glows. The great spider does not command. She listens. She feels the vibrations traveling across the infinite lattice. She knows when something trembles in awakening, and she does not judge either. She simply weaves the next line in response. Imagine now that your spine is a golden thread from the base of your body to the crown of your head. I almost said from the base of your booty. Would be true too. A vertical strand anchored in earth and stretched into cosmos. With every inhale, light travels up that thread, and with every exhale, light travels down, up and down. Like the shuttle of a loom, you are being woven as you breathe. Somewhere out there, another being steadies themselves tonight. Another being chooses courage. Another being chooses truth. And their strand tightens, and your strand tightens. And the web grows more resilient, not through domination, through coherence, through rhythm, through subtle alignment. The great spider is not trying to catch prey. She is building a universe that can hold itself, a structure strong enough for stars to be born in it, strong enough for consciousness to awaken within it, strong enough for dreamers to remember they are dreamers. Take one deep breath in, and feel yourself as silk, flexible, resilient, nearly weightless, yet impossibly strong. You do not need to hold the whole web. You only need to keep your strand clear. That is enough. Oh my god, it paused. How dare you? OBS is really testing me tonight. Cuck. That has always been enough. Tonight, may your dreams travel along starlit filaments. May your rest repair your weave. May your thoughts soften into luminous, voluminous geometry. And may you wake tomorrow a little more aware of the vast pattern you are helping create. The great spider is weaving. You are woven, and you are weaving. Now rest, radiant thread. Say goodnight, Mushkasta. Pookie Bear. Puka. Hey. Puka. There she is. Let's see, do we got a bleepo? Don't think so. Alright. Here we go. We'll listen to Bo. And we'll get copy striked. Let's do it.
Possible ending song that is not finished yet. Test. Take one. I see you, you can pick the street. I'll meet you on the other side.
No, I won't get a strike. I'll just have to clip it out.
So long, goodbye.
See you tomorrow.
Do I really have to finish? Do returns always diminish?
Yes.
Did I say that right? Does anybody want to joke when no one's laughing in the background? So this is how it ends.
For tonight.
I promise
not permanently, Paul. Don't get any ideas.
Go outside again.
Don't get any ideas, Paul. Ciao for tonight.
So long. Bye. I'm slowly losing power. Has it only been an hour? No, that can't be right. So long. Goodbye. Hey, here's
Night,
a
dudes.
fun idea. How about I sit on the couch and I watch you next time? I wanna hear
Yeah,
you
like the lives, bro. If you wanna.
joke when no one's laughing in the background. So this is how it ends.
Tonight with Paul.
I promise to never go
Outside again. Until tomorrow, Paul.
Am I going crazy? Would I even know? Am I right back where I started 14 years ago? Well, I guess the ending, if it ever does. I swear to God that all I've ever wanted was a little bit of
everything, all of the time.
Apathy's a tragedy and boredom is a crime. I'm finished playing and I'm staying inside. If I wake up in a house that's full of smoke, I'll panic. So call me up and tell me a joke. When I'm fully irrelevant, totally broken, damn it. Call me up and tell me a joke. Oh shit. You're really joking.
Oh, did it again. Hold on. This fucking cock piece of shit. Hopefully it wasn't long.
Call me up and tell me a joke. Oh shit. You're really joking at a time like this. Well, look who's inside again. Out to look for a reason to hide again. Well, buddy, you found it. Now come out with your hands up, we've got you surrounded.
All right, dudes. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow. Adios. Ta-ta for now. Bye.